Good morning, everybody. It is 8:35, September 2nd. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. The first thing on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone here for public comment? If you are on Zoom, you can find your raise hand button. I'll just hold it open for a moment.
Everyone online is staff.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you for making this first. We have a communications update with Megan Hyler.
All right, so I'm gonna get all the cameras. Let me turn on this. All right, hello, everybody. Two things that I want to bring up. If you're interested, we're doing another Coffee with a Co-responder week, and this will be the week of September 14th. And we're gonna be doing another Coffee with a Co-responder at the Frothy Cup. So you can come, you can meet the co-responders, talk to them, ask them questions, sit with them, whatever you want to do. That's at the Frothy Cup on Wednesday, September 17th. Starts at 8:30 in the morning. It goes till 11 a.m. So you can come in, stay for a little bit, all that kind of fun stuff. And then also, this is for the commissioners and also for people watching. We're going to do a press conference at Guanella Pass about our plan for Guanella Pass and leaf peeping. As we know, it was very busy last year. I was wondering which one of you were interested in speaking at the press conference. We're hoping to keep it like 3-ish minutes, but I wanted to bring it up here.
I'm happy to, unless somebody else would like to.
I think that's great.
Cool. All right, Rebecca, love it. I can get with you after and we can give you some information, but we've got a press kit. We're expecting this to be a big story. It's already been a big story. It was in the news over the weekend. So if you're watching at home, the sheriff's office is now ticketing on Guanella Pass. So
And towing.
So you must park legally. There are signs, park legally.
Give us the date and time again.
Yes, the press conference will be, it's on the 10th and I think it's at 9, but I will check for you for sure. That's all I got.
Top Guanella Pass,
What's up?
at the top Guanella.
Yes, yep.
Okay. I have done some interviews with 9 News on that, and I know Megan has seen them, so she can make sure that you have.
Yes. I've got a compiled list of all the Guanella stories.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda, commissioner updates. Who wants to start?
Oh, I could go first. We visited Silver Plume Board of Trustees, which was very interesting. I have never been in. And it was quite entertaining. There's original wallpaper on the wall and very old artifacts. So we talked about the Taylor Kennedy property, some issues that they were having up there, trespassing, maybe some activity that they're not happy with. We got to meet all the board of trustees and that was kind of exciting. We went to the Public Works recognition and again, thank you for all of our people that hard at work, plowing snow and clearing away all the dirt and debris, fixing all the roads from all the rains that we had. Appreciate that. We did the CPP Henderson, Rebecca and I. And this time it was a little different because they talked about the tariffs affecting them. In the past, they kind of hem-hawed around that, but this time it was, they're moving the molly to certain countries, like to Europe, and then they move it to another country to bring it back in so that they're not getting hit with the tariff several times, to make it cheaper for them, because in Europe, the molly right now is exempt. So, that was interesting. I spent not this weekend, but the weekend before at Mezpot. That's the campground above Empire, helping clean that up, get some wood off there so they can get the campground opened next year in 2026. And then I did reach out to JD Tanner again and hopefully I'll go back so we can get him rescheduled. He is from NOCO. And I wanted to remind people that the library, September 13th from 11 to 3 is having a club fair. So this is where all the clubs in Clear Creek County are going to come down. You can learn about them, join them. And if there's not a club that you're interested in, there's going to be a board for ideas and maybe to start up some new clubs.
And that's the Georgetown Library.
Oh, sorry, Idaho Springs Library.
Thank you.
Yes. And I think that's it for me.
Um, uh, Jody did a good job summarizing the ones I was at. We all participated in the Colorado Counties Inc. meetings, both on Zoom, and in, Breckenridge, for the, mountain area counties. I attended the, KGO 30th anniversary celebration, our lovely, small town radio station in Idaho Springs. I had a CDPHE EPA meeting update on our Superfund site. They are continuing to move forward on it. Next steps will be cleaning up ground. As we all know, they completely cleared Clear Creek. It is now not orange. It's beautiful. And the next phase or next operable unit is ground contamination. We met, as Jody said, the Silver Plume Board of Trustees. We attended the staff leadership meeting to try to foster communication between the board and the staff. We had Henderson Mine Community Partnership meeting was in Winter Park. We've been driving all over this past couple weeks. And the Public Works meeting was great. It was so fun to talk to the guys who work so hard to clear our roads. So thank you, Carl. We're just still working on the budget, studying our budget notebooks and getting up to speed on what we need to do to keep the county solvent. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a handful of things to bring up here. The first is to notify you both that I've been having conversations with CSU Extension about reopening a CSU Extension office in Clear Creek. One of the things that they offer that I've had interest in is community development, economic development support. The way that works is we pay about 17,000 of a $50,000 to $70,000 salary. It's technically a CSU employee, but their office here and largely work to pursue our interests. So this is just a heads up to you all that this is one of the things that I've had a goal of the board getting, and seeing that option fleshed out and what it looks like in time for this year's budget. I know our budget is tight and the capacity of this organization matters too. So this seems like a good way to expand capacity in a cost-effective way.
Would that be similar to what Chris Kraus was doing?
No, because the last CSU office was focused on youth development and horticulture. This would be focused on like community development and economic development. So it could help us meet that board goal we have around expanding economic development capacity in next year's budget. So I have connected. I'm not remembering the name of the person right now, Kurt Jones, with Colton, so that Colton can have a conversation about what they would do and give us his thoughts about whether that's helpful, whether that's worth it. So that is one thing. And then bear with me, my computer just closed. Okay. I attended the CCEDC meeting. I think just two updates. The resilience team, the regional resilience team, the next meeting is going to be focused on, we pared down that big list of goals, and the next meeting is going to be really focused on who's in charge of what or who's responsible for what. I've shared with them that I'm very interested in knowing that if they're going to take on all of those things on that list under economic development, I'm going to want to know that they have the capacity to accomplish that and figure out how to support that. they, to that end, they have that on their mind too. They're putting out an RFQ for support via a contract to get that work done. Gilpin County is putting in $10,000 and the Henderson Mine is putting in $10,000 so that they can have a contract to pursue those items. So I thought that was good news. Of course, I let them know, gave them an update on our board goal and what we've been discussing around that. So that's this EDC. I also attended the Housing Authority meeting last week. I don't think there's much. Generally, the Housing Authority is still working just to build that organization out. They're not yet dealing with much in terms of building housing policy. I did send them some comments on a proposed mission and vision statement. So that's the CEDC. I wanted to talk just a little bit about special session and what I was up to for that. I did end up testifying on behalf of CCAT for two bills that basically eliminate loopholes in the tax code so that the state can collect more revenue. One of them is limiting a deduction for businesses that earn more than $1 million. The federal government expanded it. The state wants to close it back down. The other one is eliminating or reducing the ability to essentially hide profits overseas and avoid taxes that way. The county nexus there, of course, is that we want, if we want the state to continue to support benefits eligibility, all of the services that counties provide to people, helping them get onto Medicaid, get onto SNAP, et cetera, we need to see the state have a viable budget. So both those bills passed. The special session is over. Governor Polis was required to propose cuts by the end of last week, and he did. Two that I want to highlight are significant, more than $100 million removed from Prop 123 housing affordability money out of OEDIT. And the other one, and I haven't discussed this with Dr. Tim Ryan yet, but very significant cuts to public health funding from the state. So CCAT is working to figure out the right advocacy angle there. Of course, we're not going to remain unharmed when the state has to cut almost $1 billion out of its budget due to the HR1, the bill that was passed out of Congress. So I'm going to continue to monitor those things. I don't know that we have much ability to influence those outcomes, but I presume I'll have your support in advocating for investments in county services. Next, I've been talking to the Open Space Commission. We have a meeting on the calendar for September 10th. And I reached out because it was one of those meetings that got accidentally canceled, but it sort of sits there in our calendar showing as canceled. Michael Rogers, the chair, is suggesting that we postpone it and have it sometime in November. So I wanted to check with you both. I'm going to pull up that email and I can tell you precisely the date. He said he's suggesting the November Open Space Commission meeting, which is the second Wednesday in November, I believe at 6 o'clock. The benefits of that is that by then we
That
can.
would be the 12th.
Yep, November 12th.
We have a CEDC quarter 4 resilience meeting 9 to noon.
I think this one is in the
Like at
evening.
6.
I think they start at 6.
Oh, okay, cool.
The benefit of doing it then is the public lands manager will be on team, on the staff, and can help construct an agenda for that meeting and,
6:30.
6:30.
Thank you.
So what do you all think? I mean, we can ask to keep the meeting on the 10th.
Yeah, we have a conflict for that, so let's do the 12th And they don't have one in October? Or they didn't invite us to one in October?
He's suggesting the one in November. I presume they do have one in October. So I think what I'm hearing is consent to,
Rebecca does have a Dr. Cog. Oh, wait, never mind. That's the week after.
um. So
So I will put it in my calendar.
then with your permission, I'll just let Michael know that we're gonna be attending that one, not the one this month.
Right.
Okay. Excellent. Next, there is a group working on a state graduated income tax proposal. This has a direct nexus to the work that we do because when the state has money, they get to invest in us. And when they don't, they tend to want to have ideas about what we should do without any money attached. The best example I can come up with is in the housing space. You could compare Colorado to Washington, where both states have increased the expectations of local governments and how they process applications, land use applications. In Washington state, where they had the money to do this, they invested a lot in their local governments being able to actually meet those goals. In the state of Colorado, they did not. That's just on our backs. And so I would really like for us to be able to support this. I actually signed a form that I thought was for me. And it turns out that they thought I was signing for Clear Creek County. So I can either let them know that I didn't have permission to sign for Clear Creek County and to take our name off, or I can just let it be.
Let me look at it.
Yeah, can you forward that to us?
Yep. I'll probably ask Peter to send this to both of you. The language is very simple. I'll read it here. We support the concept of a state graduated income tax that requires the wealthy to pay their fair share. So Coloradans can have well-funded schools, adequate and affordable healthcare, and the ability to respond to economic disruptions. So I'm going to send that language to Peter and he can get it to you.
And what was the land use application work? Would it cover that? You said Colorado imposed land.
It would not cover that. It's just the general notion that if the state has money, they can help us. And if they have both money and they want to see us do more, they can actually help us do more rather than leave that on the backs of our local taxpayers.
Right.
So I will do that. And then okay, so Jody, you mentioned the meeting with Silver Plume on Monday. Thank you. That meeting generated some questions for me on those code violations that are taking place. I reached out to Stoy. Stoy had some great answers. I would like, I think, for us to discuss in executive session that topic. If with your consent, we could just add it to executive sessions this afternoon. And if we run out of time and don't get to it, we won't.
I
Right.
give my consent to add that to the executive.
Okay.
I do too.
And then lastly, two more things actually. With respect to the ballot language in the packet, I've been looking at the right number to put in there and sent an email to staff about the right basically amount that would be collected under a new ESGID tax. So that's just a heads up to you all that I looked at that and sent an email. Along those same lines, in looking at today's packet and the ballot language, that first bullet under fire authority, that sentence felt clunky to me. So I took a little bit of time to rewrite it and sent a suggestion off to Peter. And so he'll be sharing that when that comes up later today. And that's all for me. So, no further comment. Let's get to county manager updates. Thank you, Chair. We have just a few things. As you guys know, the leaves are changing
gonna be probably in the next week or so. So the plan that the sheriff talked about previous meeting on increased enforcement will really go into full effect the weekend of the 13th. Just reminding everyone to be safe. We get, just as a metaphor, the entire summer's day of traffic on 70 on Guanella Pass over those weekends, right? That's the amount of cars we're talking about if we go off in the last couple of years. So it's a huge management issue. So we're gonna be much more proactive this year. Second thing is big shout out to Road and Bridge. We've had 3 record storms on the east side of the county in 3 consecutive days. The roads are a mess. They have been working around the clock with both sides of the county out there. And basically their progress is getting washed away every time it rains. So we're just asking for some patience and to realize that these guys are doing everything they can to get those roads fixed. But that kind of weather is not something that particularly the roads on Floyd Hill were designed to handle. So it's a lot of fixing and not general maintenance. And so it's going to take some time. So we're asking the public just to be a little patient as we get those roads fixed and back to normal, because that kind of water is once a decade situation. So that's all I have.
I had one person reach out to me about road damage on Floyd Hill, and in the 2 days it took me to respond to the email, our road and bridge team had already been out and fixed his issue. So huge kudos to them. They're hardworking, and I think Carl has spent some time in a truck last week too. Thanks, Carl. Anything else? No? Next is the local liquor licensing authority consent agenda. So we're now sitting as the local liquor licensing authority. And we have Nanette Reimer.
Good morning. This one is quick and easy. Morning. Good morning. Jogan Inc. LLC has applied to change their trade name. This is just an administrative action that requires basically a head nod from the board. No formal action is needed, just acknowledgement that they have filed their application and they are changing their trade name from Brothers Grill to 2 Mile High Cafe.
Thank you. Consider it approved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are back sitting as the Board of County Commissioners. We have a couple of action items before we get to the consent agenda. First is consideration of approval of the Clear Creek County Abstract of Assessment. Seeing that Donna's not in the room, I could ask the board.
Would you like to?
Yeah. Thank you. Let's just pause for a moment. I was gonna ask you all if you had questions for her, because if you did not, we may be able to just approve it.
Nope, I sent all my questions to Colton and he answered them.
Okay, we have Assessor G here. We're here to consider approval of the Clerk County Abstract of Assessment. Assessor G, if you could give us just a brief description of what this is.
This document is, the preliminary numbers for 2025. We'll do certification again December 1st, because the value could change a little bit. And we have a total for the non-schools of 379,159,280. And for the schools, $404,570,840.
Thank you. And so just to make sure that I and everybody understands this, this is what was assessed now almost 2 years ago.
That's correct. That was based on the sales from June or July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2024.
And so the only real changes here are business personal property tax, right?
Say that again?
Business personal property tax is the thing that changes between assessment cycles, am I correct?
No, this is all values,
All that.
all values. So it includes your state assessed personal property, your vacant land, residential, the assessment on it all.
Okay.
And they're the preliminary numbers.
Okay.
And this is what we certified to the tax entities.
Great. Any other questions?
I just had a question for Colton and he answered it partway, but I thought I'd follow up with you with respect to molybdenum is a strategic mineral. So under, on page, 28 on the computer, but page 3, of this section of the report, it has strategic minerals 0000. I was just curious.
There's a couple page 3, so I'm trying to find it.
Right.
Sorry.
Let me see if I can find a title for this.
It's,
Okay.
oh, it's probably this one here.
Page 1 of this section starts with vacant. And then page 3 is the one where it mentions the,
It's the CBOE changes section.
Oh. Okay, see it? And we're looking at producing mines
yes,
and you're looking at the 000.
correct. Both for molybdenum and.
Adjustment. Yeah.
There was no adjustment.
No, it just,
Correct.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
My learning curve.
That's okay. That's okay.
Rebecca, there's another section in there that has the actual numbers from the producing mines.
Right.
Yeah, that's,
Right.
if there's a return.
That's correct.
Okay, I thought this was distinguishing strategic minerals, so, okay.
Yeah, the CBOE is what we did with the protests.
Thank you.
County Board of Equalization. Okay. Any other questions or shall we make a motion? I'm ready if you are.
I would like to make a motion for the approval of the Clear Creek County Abstract of Assessment.
I second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Hi.
Thank you, and that will require your signature so I can mail it to the state. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
The next thing on the agenda is the appointments list. I guess I'm listed as the presenter here.
I put you as the presenter, but I'm happy to lead in if you'd like.
Yeah, I guess.
So let me just find it. So there have been a number of staff changes since the last time the board had approved its appointments resolution. And so we're bringing this back to address some of the vacant positions. If you look to the exhibit of the resolution, the vacant positions are highlighted in yellow. The board may or may not wish to fill all of them at this point, but it's here for the board's discussion. We can go through it one by one if you'd like.
Some of that, it would help with some of it because I thought I was all the I-70 stuff, but I haven't heard of I-70 alive.
So a number of these committees were vacant before Amy left, but Amy was listed in them. I cannot speak to those positions myself, but George may be able to.
I can. So these, if we're just starting on the first page in the green, alive, sweep, and the Transportation Advisory Committee are pure jurisdictions tend to send staff to those things.
Oh, okay.
And so I think those, my suggestion, in addition to the I-70 Technical Advisory Committee, the recommendation from Amy as she was leaving was that we leave those vacant until we determine who on staff is running point on transportation.
Okay.
And so I think for now, I think continuing to remain vacant is probably the best.
Okay.
And is that the same for Dr. Cog's Transportation Advisory Committee?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just have a question. If Rebecca was to want to go to these to see what they were like, could she?
Yeah, if you wanted to like audit them and
Just find out what they're about?
I'm not opposed to you attending them.
I mean, who would be a contact person?
Someone with CDOT and someone with Dr. Cog.
All right. Well, yeah, Dr. Cog I figured out, but, okay.
So the CDOT Alive and Sweep are both related to environmental stuff. And so, what is it? Abby Madafri, I think, is their environmental
Okay, yep,
person.
I've got her contact.
And the I-70 Technical Advisory Committees. I don't know if there's actually one running right now or not.
Okay,
Those are project specific.
okay. And it says I-70 Technical Advisory. This one doesn't say CDOT. So who, do you know who is running that?
I am almost certain that that's CDOT. Technical advisory committees are something that happen during the context sensitive solutions process. So when they're designing a project, they'll
Okay.
convene one.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're designing any projects right now.
Okay,
So I don't,
thank you.
we have typically, because those technical advisory committees discuss things that will come to this board in a 1041 hearing, commissioners
Okay,
have not historically attended.
got it. Okay.
If you go further down, if you're ready, you'll see under Public Safety and Emergency Management, those three vacant positions for Clear Creek Fire Authority nominations. You'll recall that under the Clear Creek Fire Authority IGA, the board is to nominate three people from different sections of the ESGID area to be on the fire authority. I do not know where we stand on both applications and nominations on that.
Last I heard, we had quite a few from two, because they're each by a district, right?
Not our districts, but EI is whatever.
Yeah, there was two
It's
of them
carved out.
had quite a few applications and one did not, and I think we were waiting for that third one to get enough people to apply.
The last, I had asked to delay until after the town halls so that we could mention during the town halls and my sense, colleagues, given everything going on with the county, is that this might be a good thing for when we do hire a clerk to the board for them to take on and get into the process with us. I don't know that I want to ask staff to make it a priority to schedule these interviews right now.
I do have another comment about that. Would it, on the other hand, because we are getting ready to do this ballot initiative, would those three people be important for that? If we were to have them in place?
That was what I was thinking. Just have more community outreach there. And it surely can't take that long to hire Carol Ann, clerk for the board, or is it?
I mean, typically it's about 2 months, how long it takes to fill a position and it's variables, it could be more, it could be.
Okay, but it's out there, right? People are
Yes.
applying?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's good. I just wanted it to pick up on the record.
The other thing we talked about too is people had applied quite a while ago and we were afraid of possibly losing them because we haven't done anything with it.
So do we know who's leading, who has that information? I understood that the former county manager may have been working on that, but I'm not sure if anybody else is in the loop on who the potential nominees are. Or who,
We have in our emails a list of all of the application materials from people who had applied as of June.
Okay.
Or so, maybe early July. the concern I have, colleagues, is, well, I'll turn it into a question. Colton, if we decided that we wanted to, you know, have interviews next meeting for the people who've applied, that would involve the board going through the applications, deciding who they wanted to interview, someone on staff getting those interviews scheduled, someone on staff collecting up any applications that have been received to date. I'm curious, who would you assign that to? And do you feel like there'd be a trade-off, something else that they would have to stop doing?
Let me interrupt just for a second, just so you're aware. Since the Human Resources Director looks puzzled, this is not for the clerk to the board position. Just to be clear, we're talking about the fire authority nominations.
Yeah, not talking about that, yes.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to make sure the public.
And is it the fire authority that interviews them or us?
No, it's the board.
Okay, all right.
Go on, sorry.
I mean, yeah, it would cost us something else. I don't know exactly what that would be right now, but yeah, generally speaking, we're at max capacity, down 2 people.
Colton, I totally understand that, but to Jody's point, we've been pressing this issue as so important to our community. And for us to leave these vacant doesn't sound like we're acting like it's that important.
So I can absolutely navigate getting the interviews on the agenda.
Okay.
And I can work with Nanette, since we are strapped, to reach out to those individuals, but we need to hear from the board, whether it's individually or not, who it is that you would like us to set for the interviews.
I will pull, if I have all the applicants, I will pull it up and I can work on it tonight.
The three of us would need to, the process that we've adopted is that we open up that packet. We each indicate to someone on staff who we like, and whenever there's a request from more than one commissioner to interview someone, they get an interview scheduled.
Okay, so just tell Peter.
The thing I want to remind us is that somebody on staff probably wants to go and make sure there aren't any other applications.
That's what I was gonna say,
In the
is
last
there might be
month and a
people
half.
missed.
And colleagues, I just want to make one last pitch. Jody, I recognize that if we had these people on the fire authority board, there may be additional voices. I'm not sure that having them be appointed after it's on the ballot positions them well anyway. I'm not sure that the value that you recognize, and I'm not saying that's valueless, trumps the cost to the organization in terms of staff time and priorities. And so my opinion, I just want to state it clearly, is that it's better for us to wait until we have a clerk for the board so that we have someone that can do this without taking something else off the plate. And we don't know what that other thing is, but there's a lot of things that are really important to this organization.
Is that true for Nanette, or would she be able to just?
No, George is, I mean, it's not anything different than Colton said. I mean, we are spread extremely thin. But if it's the board directing us, we do it. That's what we do. So I want you to know if it's important to the board, we'll get it done, but no, there's no wiggle room for staff ability.
What they can't tell you right now is what wouldn't get done.
Right.
But it's something, it's something on.
I mean,
Let me,
can we help? I mean, we'll go over the resume applications.
If you can give me the last application you got when we sweep the emails for any that might have been missed, because I think they were going to the former county manager. I just would like a date to start. That makes sense, like the last dated email you got with an application, so I know it has to be between then and now. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So we make sure we
And,
get everyone.
The person who would have sent it to us would have been the former county manager
I believe that's how it was working before.
or Beth.
Yeah, or Beth.
Okay,
neither one of us were involved in the process.
okay.
What do you think?
Well,
You find yourself
so-
persuaded?
No, like I'm really frustrated because we're gonna find probably a lot of these kind of situations, and I wish, we talked about we were gonna lose these people. We may have even lost some of these people. But I don't wanna like put us in the hole any more than we already are. Cause this is already in the hole, and if we grab a hold of this one, we could put something else in the hole. and I don't want to do that.
So the only thing I don't know, and you guys apparently have in your email, in your boxes, nominations. I don't know who the applicants would be sending those requests to, if they went directly to the former county manager, if they were interested in a position, if applications were filed. Oh,
This is something that HR can help with as far as gathering the information, vetting what's happened so far. And just because it's a recruitment process and we're familiar with how this all goes.
yeah, typically what happens is like the county attorney's office will review the applications, make sure people meet the qualifications. That's all. And it's usually consistent with whatever the requirements are. And then what HR could help out with is reaching out to those individuals once the board has directed who they want to interview with and tell them when on the agenda, when we would do it. And then we typically schedule them right at the beginning of the meeting after public comment typically. And we could kick them out if the board is so inclined. So that would be a great help.
Yeah, okay, so the last date I have is 6/26. I asked Brian for verifying the addresses from all the applicants, so we have the spread. And he said, yes, we were doing that, and that's the last I've gotten on it.
6/26, okay. I will send a ticket to IT to scan both emails and figure out if we're missing any post that date.
Okay? And it was entitled CCFA Board Applications. But, you know,
So if you, that's the next step. And then if you can let us know if any more applications have been received, we can decide what to do from there. Does that sound okay?
So if that's the case, and once we get that information to you, which should be fairly quickly, the next board meeting is September 16th, which means our agenda deadline is Monday, next Monday.
Mhm.
Do you think you'll be able to get us those names in advance in enough time?
For us, it's the easy part. It's just,
Then we can start reaching out. Otherwise, it'll be the first meeting in October. Which is fine. That's fine. We can get moving on it. It'll be dependent on when we get answers. from
right,
you.
I mean, if we can make it easier by being prompt and reading the applications, I mean, they're never very long. I mean, I certainly can read all the applications in 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
I guess we'll see where we're at with that. And if it takes too much time, then to me personally, I think we could table it until after we get somebody else.
Okay.
But if it turns into a complicated mess or something.
But is your preference, I understand if I'm reading the direction correctly, Rebecca would like to move forward. Is your preference to do it if we can do it?
Yeah,
We can
in
get
a
it done.
timely manner. Yeah, if like that's it and we have those names, we can look through them and see what there is. I think it's only 2 with the districts, last I remember, so.
Right.
Well, even if we can fill 2 of these spots, it looks like we're taking this seriously, which, we need to be doing in order to support asking for money.
And again, it's the board's consensus. I will say George right now is the only one that's sitting on the board, so that perspective. I think
There's
is
only
valuable.
one person on the board right now.
From the
We
county.
just send one
There's
person.
only one person from the county on the board, but it's an active board. It's-
How many people are on the board right now?
9,
Oh,
And these are new positions. That they.
soon to be 11 once you appoint these people. Isn't it 9?
oh,
Yeah.
I thought like it wasn't functioning because they had 3.
The fire authority board is fully functioning.
Understand your perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. They're fully functioning. These are
It's
These
the
are
same.
additional positions which serve at the pleasure, they'll serve at the pleasure of the fire authority board once the board appoints them.
Okay, all right.
So it's not preventing fire authority from moving.
Okay,
forward.
then I modify my request to Jody's if it is doable with the staff and time available. I'm perfectly happy to do my part and give you a recommendation.
So just to see if I can finalize this. Colton, you're sending a ticket. We're gonna figure out if any other applications have been made. When we have that information, if we know that our packets are complete, let's go ahead and review them.
Mhm.
We will email Peter our preferences. And then they can move forward with getting interviews scheduled, but not under the expectation that it's like our next meeting.
Right,
They can, we
okay.
can, we can give them the space to balance their workload.
Okay,
That's great. Sound good?
thank you.
Okay, awesome. Um, one last note on this, there is a vacancy for the actual board appointed seat. And what was in my imagination is that one of the applicants to these CCFA nomination seats would just end up there. Since we have all those applications on file and it's the same board.
Is that the west side?
That's anybody that lives in the district that we want to appoint, and it would be our appointment.
Oh.
That's that on the top line, it says vacant.
The county manager, former county manager was there, I believe.
Is not eligible. Okay, so,
Further down is the list. We go down to the blue, which is E, economic development. We have vacancies on CCEDC, as well as the Regional Housing Authority and the Resiliency Team and the Small Area Forecast Working Group.
I will start comments. This small area forecast working group is also a CDOT function. They talk about the weather forecast. This is another position that Amy vacated that I think should remain a staff role. I don't think that they're talking about weather operations on I-70. The other three, I think we probably can get answers to today.
So the resiliency team and the CCEDC are similar?
The CCEDC runs that economic development and resilience team. We have been participating, all three commissioners.
Mhm.
It is not a group that votes anyway. I think we could write all commissioners there.
Okay,
For the resiliency? Okay.
If that,
And then the one on the board, that's the one you just attended?
the CCEDC board I just attended, I attended the Housing Authority board as well. I'm not trying to gobble up everything, I promise you. I have spent a lot of time trying to figure out which one of these I prefer. I really like them both, but I know that I probably shouldn't take them both.
okay, so make a decision. Which one do you prefer?
I think I prefer the CCEDC board.
I'm okay with that, Jody.
Yep.
Okay, Jody, I'm happy to do Housing Authority unless you're passionate about it.
I'm not really passionate about it, as far as I want to see it succeed. The housing authority, the reason why we have Amy and Ryan on there because this was a group that was just forming and there was a lot of applications, like they had to get the bank account, address, a place to be, all of that, and they knew how to set that up.
And that should be set up now, right?
Yeah, they have their executive, so, I think that person can run that now.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm happy to be the representative there.
Yeah, I'm fine. They, in their last meeting, encouraged us to send an elected official. We're the only entity that did not send an elected official
Mhm.
initially.
Okay,
So I'm fine with it being you. I think that would be awesome. I think you'll do great. They are still very much in like building a brand new organization mode. The other reason that staff had been appointed to this is because I don't think this board yet has like taken the time to establish a unified philosophy on housing. And so in this kind of vacuum of knowing how to represent the board down there, I want to ask you to err on the side of, over disclosing the things that they're wrestling with. And asking for
to
feedback from
both of
us.
you, sure, yeah.
And also as a board, we might want to dedicate some time to having work sessions about housing policy, so that we're on the same page. Okay, and then the resilience team, oh yeah, we said all commissioners, so we're good there. We're leaving small area forecast working group vacant.
The housing authority team meets twice a month, I believe.
And it's Monday night?
Yeah.
What time?
6:30, I believe.
Let's connect you to Dave Quarter and he can make sure that you've got it right.
Thank you.
Since I have that contact, I'm willing to do it. Is that?
why don't you give me the contact and I'll reach out to him?
I will do that. I'll send an intro email sometime this afternoon,
Thank you.
and then,
Yeah, I met him at the last mayors and commissioners meeting.
awesome. Um,
Um,
the Juvenile Community Review Board,
I don't think any of us need that, do we?
we don't, no, that stays vacant unless we get a community member that lives within 1 mile of the facility that wants to be on it. Its last rep moved and was no longer eligible. That was Dee Dee Waldron.
Oh, right.
And that's it. So I think, have we taken careful enough notes that we can just say that the motion can just be to approve the appointment resolution with the modifications?
Perfect. That would be great.
And I'm sorry, let's back up to a vacancy on the Juvenile Community Review Board.
That remains vacant. Right now, we don't have anybody to put in that position.
Right? Are we seeking applicants or?
It's, the board has enough for the quorum. We don't get too involved in their day-to-day workings.
No, I didn't say
Yeah.
a board member, but community member.
That would fit that qualification.
I don't view that as a high priority to get that vacancy filled.
Okay,
Um,
so they don't
There-
desperately need an alternate representative. Okay,
No.
all right.
I will note that Tom Meyer, Clear Creek School District representative, should be made vacant.
Right.
Wait,
Um,
I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay.
And we'll need to at some point to reach out to the school district and ask who they want. But they do have an alternate listed, so.
Thank you.
Then Jody, you were bringing up something.
CC4CA. I thought you were the alternate.
We have Commissioner Lloyd as your alternate to CC4CA.
Is that correct?
That's what we decided in February.
That's fine. I thought it was George too.
It's been George.
Well, I tend to show up, I tend to communicate with them a fair amount. The reason I suggested you be the alternate, Rebecca, is because I really love the way they run meetings and just their culture, and I wanted you to have some exposure to it.
Okay. Jody, when are their meetings?
They are Wednesdays, so it's a legislation thing, so I'll send out something like when they did the special session, they'll send out stuff, it's like CCI and CCAT.
And what time on Wednesdays? Because I usually have Dr. Cog on Wednesdays.
See,
She's answering a question about one of the groups. They have several different groups that meet. Maybe the best thing to do would be just to introduce you to Jacob Smith and say, hey, Rebecca Lloyd's the alternate. She just wants to talk about the different committees and opportunities. And
they're around noon on Wednesdays and then they meet on Fridays sometimes.
that's the ledge group specifically, right?
Yeah, lecture group is Wednesdays.
Okay.
That they've got.
And since we're not in session again, I don't have any more on my calendar for a bit,
Okay.
but I'll let you know.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we've discussed everything. I think we're ready for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of resolution R 25-79, resolution appointing county representatives to various positions and approving an amended list of appointments.
I apologize, actually. I'm sorry. Well, I do mean to interrupt. I just noticed we have a vacancy. The county alternate voting member is vacant. I'm the primary. We never named an alternate. I think.
Where are you? What color?
Purple. Page 3.
Oh,
I love the way this is organized, by the way. Jody, I think you've been I think you've attended a couple of those, or you've been, let's say, auditing it. Are you interested in being the alternate to the GRAF?
I was going to be the alternate.
So can we put your name in
Maybe
there?
that's why I've not gotten anything. Yes, you could put me there.
Excellent. And now I think we actually are ready for a motion. Please.
I would like to make an motion for the approval of resolution R 2579, a resolution appointing county representatives to various positions and approving an amended list of appointments.
Okay, we have a motion.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I,
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. Does anybody wish to pull anything from the consent agenda?
um. Yes. I still need more information before I can approve resolution 25-78. And that is, basically, I need to know the cost before I can
Okay.
make a decision on it.
So we'll pull that one. I will read the rest. We'll make a motion and then we'll discuss that one separately. Unless, Jody, is there anything you wanted to pull?
So we're pulling B.
Yep.
I'm not going to pull the one that,
Cool. So then item A is consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item C, consideration of approval of grant application for the statewide internet portal authority fall 2025 cycle and granting authority to the interim county manager to execute all documents necessary to accept the grant award. Item D, consideration of approval of modification 002 to U.S. Forest Service Agreement number 23 CS 11021000-017. Item E, consideration of approval of statement of work for the 2026 Emergency Medical and Trauma Services Grant. Item F, consideration of approval of severance agreement and general release. Item G, consideration of approval of the memorandum of understanding between Clear Creek County and the town of Georgetown for law enforcement services.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? To just highlight a couple of things for the public. First, want to express some gratitude to Peter Lichtman. We have the severance agreement and general release on our agenda for approval. Thank you for working on that, Peter. I want to thank the Forest Service. This agreement modification is a good step for us in helping our trails crew be compensated for their work on U.S. Forest Service land. That was not a guarantee. It may still not be a guarantee, and I'm grateful to the Forest Service and for staff for getting that done. And lastly, just a comment, I see that we're extending the agreement with Town of Georgetown for law enforcement services for one more month. We're changing the nature of those services to call only, and we're not charging. And so I just wanted to make a comment while it's on the agenda that I hope this is the only month we would be providing services without charging. I think if we're going to be responding to calls within Georgetown, we should be compensated for that. We're not doing that for Idaho Springs.
And in addition to call only, they agreed to do a drive-through for 60 minutes every day,
Oh, okay. So
also without compensation.
I just wanted to make that comment. I look forward to them figuring out a sustainable approach to law enforcement in Georgetown. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, just so you know, the Forest Service agreement, I'm not sure if it came through to you as a DocuSign. We just want to make sure it gets signed.
Okay.
And I don't know if there's a hard copy or actual DocuSign that you'll need to complete.
I will keep my eye out for it. I don't think I'll keep my eye out.
Okay.
And was that a chair only sign?
Yeah, since the board's approved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda passes. Let's take up item B. We have Carolyn Fortune and Aaron Crowley to present on the comp plan. Rebecca, you had some questions?
Yep. Hold on, let me pull them up. Yeah. Sorry, I was sending him in a three-part harmony here and just have to find his. Okay. All right, so my concerns were let's see. Basically, it's asking us to approve it without having at least an estimated cost of that. So I need to figure out how much we can afford. The, the whereas clause, and it would be helpful if they were numbered. But anyway, I numbered them. So the 13th whereas clause, which is top of page 2, I need at least ballpark numbers. 16th whereas clause also seemed to promise too much. I just want to rein that in a little bit. And then, let's see, my page 3 question about the range of offers. I discussed this with Colton a little bit. As opposed to having it open-ended, perhaps we could say you would need board authority if the pay were above the midpoint. So, okay, if it's like, 10% to 50% above the minimum, but if it's more than that, then you'd need us. And I don't see that happening very often, so it shouldn't be too burdensome.
Can we take these one at a time? And we'll use, just so that I can track this, do you mind starting back at the top?
Okay.
It might be helpful if I just provided some context for the change to start. That's okay.
Sure.
So currently our 3 shift EMS captains are salary exempt. Which is extremely atypical. I actually don't know of any other shift EMS captains in regards to 911 EMS services like us that where the captains are salary exempt. They're all hourly. And I made some phone calls out to some of our partners just to confirm that. So their salary on a 56-hour week schedule. So they work 48 hours, 2 weeks in a row, and then they work 72 hours the third week, and then rinse repeat for the rest of the year. So it isn't, I'll use calendar year 2024. Captains are not allowed to work beyond their scheduled shifts just whenever they want, whether they're salary or hourly. The only time that we really need a captain to work an additional overtime shift is when our staffing is below minimum. So we can't operate normally with only 4 people. That's below minimum. We have to have at least 5. And so that would be a field training officer or a captain on our quick response vehicle in the center of the county. And that vehicle, one of the things that vehicle does is it holds the whole blood. We have to have that whole blood moving around the county to the most likely places it's going to be given. And then a full ambulance on the east and west sides. So if we pull calendar year 2024, there were 36 days where we were below that staffing level, where we don't have the ability to not backfill that with overtime. We have to have someone work it. Right now, their salary. And so if I can't work it, one of them has to, and we give them flex time. They don't, again, it's very atypical for that position to be salary. They don't want or need more time off. They do have enough. But if they have to come in, 18 hours in advance, a phone call like, hey, we don't have anybody, you have to come in. They really need to be paid for that. So in 2024, there were 36 shifts where that would have happened, where we couldn't get an EMT or a paramedic to fill it. So we were already prepared to pay additional overtime for those 36 shifts. If a captain would have done that, it would have been $14,000 more if a captain would have picked up all 36 of those shifts.
Mhm.
In 2025, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we're on track to be much better than that. So in 2026, we have, we're working on our budget now. We'll be requesting 3 additional FTEs. If we get that, this would be extremely seldom. It should be extremely seldom that it would happen.
Yeah, I actually am not as concerned about needed overtime. I'm concerned about hiring somebody 51% above our base salary.
Okay.
So when I was reading the whereases, it sounded like, the salary you were offering, if the manager wanted to give somebody 10% above, that was okay, but if it was more than 10%, he had to go to you and the county manager.
It's the county manager or the elected official, whoever's in.
Oh, like Brenda or Carol Lee, but not us.
Right.
So.
And it would be signed off by the budget officer, which would confirm whether or not they had that in their budget to approve an offer above whatever was budgeted for that position for the year. So
Okay.
that would include vacancy savings for the year or whatever had been budgeted.
Okay, so you wouldn't be asking the BOCC to spend more money out of the general fund?
No.
For that?
No.
So I guess I would just like to be kept in the loop to know how many people are getting, offers over 50% above?
So I want to clarify on the verbiage in the whereas clauses.
Mhm.
Those are strategy positions for the way that we operate inside of our own compensation plan. So in 2024 was the first time we really documented a compensation philosophy. And we put together this strategy that says, when we do a compensation analysis, which is typically every 2 years, that first whereas clause that you questioned, the 13th one, that we're going to align with 100% of survey market value. That's just saying, how will we go look at the market? And what will we compare it to? And how will we decipher that information to inform where we're going to put our grades? How we're going to place each position? That's not a guarantee that someone's going to get that salary. That just says the market says this is what your grade should be. And that's how we do the math. That's the strategy we're using. And then the other whereas clause, the 16th one, about the 50%, that just tells us basically, when and this is difficult because I don't think you guys were involved because you were brand
Actually,
new.
the 10% or whatever was under the now therefore let it be resolved. number
Yes, that
2.
part.
Yeah.
But going back to the 50% one that you had asked about, that's telling us that's a strategy 1, 2, that basically says when we do the compensation analysis, we're either going to pay 50% of the difference in between the midpoints of the grades, or we're gonna pay 100%. It all depends on what we decide that
What do
year
you mean
during
between the midpoints? Isn't the
So-
midpoint the midpoint?
the midpoint from the last time we did the compensation analysis to now.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's where we do the.
Okay, and that's factoring in the
analysis.
3% cost of living and.
I mean, that's a different scenario because the 3% is that's budget and this is grade. Like the grade, what the market says someone should be paid for that position is based on the midpoint of the range. That's where the target is set. So we agree every time we do a compensation analysis during the budget process, are we going to fund it 50%? Are we going to fund it 100%? Are we going to fund it 20%? So in 2022, we funded the difference between the midpoints, the percentage increase for each position, we funded at 50%. In 2024, we funded 100% for those that got the compensation analysis pay. And the ones that we didn't, we moved them to 32 hours. So that was the decision that was made then. So this is a strategy. This isn't a guarantee. This is just saying, if you're going to get comp based on the comp analysis data, it will be paid at 100% of the difference between the midpoints. So
if we do this again in 2026 or 2027, we would determine and I would present to you and you would give me direction on, do we want to fund it completely at 100% or do we want to fund it at 50% or any other percentage?
Okay. And this is an occupational hazard, for me. When I read the 13th whereas clause, it doesn't say that. It says, ranges with 100% of the survey market value of the midpoint for a given salary grade.
Because that was the decision in 2024, was that if we were going to move someone, if we were going to pay someone comp based on the
Mhm.
analysis that was done, we would pay 100% of the difference between the two. So that would depend on the position. Some people, that was like a 10% increase. Some people, it was a 3% increase. Some people, there was no increase.
Okay,
It
so
was-
I just, and I hate to belabor this, I apologize, but I'm not, I'm not reading that it's 100% of the difference between the two. I read it as 100% of the survey market value of the midpoint.
Correct, because that's the strategy we're using. It's 100% of the market value, meaning that's what the market value is now. And the difference between the two is, that's going to be different for each position. So there's no way to say what the percentage for each position is going to be. It's just what we're using as the benchmark is that midpoint
Okay.
for every position.
That then I would suggest a verbiage change because, you know, somebody just reading it could read this to say, the county commissioners are signing off on paying 100% of the midpoint for a given salary grade. And then they find out that we're looking at Summit and Denver, and they're going to be very concerned.
Okay.
I
So just clarifying,
can,
do you have a suggestion?
well, I want to understand the new language you're suggesting and then I'll
Well,
sort of
it's
give my opinion.
as Carol Ann explained it. You explained it better than this language. So you were saying that it was the difference
It's the difference between the previous comp analysis and the current one being completed. So it's 100% of the market value of the midpoint, the difference between what it was back then and what it is now per position. So
Okay,
we just
so-
need to add,
just add that language. That would make me more comfortable.
As I read this, my understanding, another way to say this is the board aspires to pay competitively. And when we have data that says we're not, we're going to fix it.
We are going to do our best to fix it. We're promising a lot here.
so this is a strategy. It's not a promise. This is saying, this is how we do the math.
Right.
That's all it's saying. It's not saying you will get this. It's just saying,
Board still has to approve us moving the comp range at all.
right. And it's always,
Not board approval.
Okay,
Right.
but when I read as a lawyer, sorry, Peter, as a retired lawyer, the board is committed to data-driven compensation practices by utilizing pay factors from pay scale to align salary grades and ranges with 100% of the survey market value of the midpoint for given salary grade. That sounds like we're taking that survey result and saying we will be paying 100% of the market value of the midpoint.
I get it. I can change the language.
I mean, I agree with that statement. I think if we get market-based information that we are underpaying our staff, we should be aspiring to pay our staff what they're worth and what it takes to retain them. And so like to further this argument, because this isn't a whereas, this is not a binding thing, this isn't a whereas, this is simply the board stating.
Board
That
stating
we-
it's committed
Yes,
without knowing the numbers.
right.
So
We're
The numbers always come with the comp plan.
Because
So that's always presented as part of it.
committed, I personally, and maybe I'm the only one on the board, Jody, you can weigh in here. I personally am committed to paying our staff what the data shows they're worth.
Okay, and if we don't have it in the budget,
we'll do something like we did last year. Right? We did not meet this commitment last year when we got the wage study. We figured out another way. And so this doesn't bind us to do anything. This just simply states that our goal is,
Can we say?
We did meet it.
Committed to a goal?
the board
mean-
aspires to.
We did meet it because this was the strategy again. This was how we did the math. This does not talk to what we do for each individual. And I can change the language so that's more clear, that this is about how we are comparing market data and what we do with that data. It's
No,
not,
and I applaud that. But I just want to make it clear that we're not committing ourselves to 100% of the survey.
but we are, because that's how I do the math. That is how the results I present to you will always be 100. That's how I can compare from one year to the next, is looking at the midpoint and saying that if
Right. If you just clarify with that language you gave me, difference between previous comp analysis and current.
Okay.
That will help.
Okay.
Peter, what do you think about that?
I'm fine with that. I don't think it makes a significant difference legally, but I have no problem if it makes it easier to understand.
I am, I'm very, very concerned about the appearance of promising something without having any idea of how much it's going to cost.
Well, and when we, when I present the comp plan to the board, which last happened in 2024, it was a part of the budget process. It was all wrapped together. And so the figures and the numbers and the amounts were very clearly outlined what it was going to cost if we were to fund it for all staff. And then we came up with the strategy of not funding it for all staff, but only funding it for some, and then moving the rest to 32. So that it's wrapped in budget. It's never just kind of brought on its own without any dollar amount or cost attached to it.
Okay, and then Peter, in the 16th whereas clause,
Can we, I wanna try to land the plan on this one. So that we can get through. So can I make a suggestion? Instead of saying the board is committed to, can we say the board aspires to? Because if we can land on specific language, then we have something we can pass. And I feel like that might address your concern. Because if we say we aspire to, we're not making a promise.
I just want to clarify again, though, changing that word doesn't change the fact that that is what you're committing to have me do. That's how the plan operates. And so it's not changing any legal, it would be changing maybe perception. And I believe I can do that just by inserting the language that we talked about describing the difference and basically explaining that this is the calculation. This isn't a promise of compensation.
please put that in there.
Okay.
That would be helpful. And then along those same lines, George, if you'll let me finish, in 16th whereas, the words, adjustments to address pay compensation and to ensure all eligible employees are compensated appropriately relative to their assigned ranges. I mean, that's a promise to me.
It's a strategy. It means that within the organization, our philosophy and our strategy is that we operate with the understanding that if we have pay compression issues, that we have the commitment to correct them.
Okay.
If it's in the budget, if all of the other, it's saying this is, that we give ourselves permission to handle the compensation data that's being provided with equity. Meaning that we don't just pay people what they ask for. We look within the organization to say, where should they be at in the range penetration? Where are other people doing similar jobs? Where are people in their departments? How long have they been with the organization, or how much experience are they coming in with? It's not a commitment to an individual, it's a commitment to a practice.
Okay.
And the practice just gives us the flexibility to operate within that guidance, that is the
Yeah.
board's desire to pay equitably.
Right, which is just fine. Peter, can we use a different word than ensure? Because that's a promise to me. I mean, and if
Which
we,
paragraph are you looking at?
it is 1, 2, 3, 4 down from the top of page 2. It's the 16th whereas.
Whereas the board affirms.
I mean, this goes against my training where an employer promises something to the employees.
So I don't read it as a promise, but I think we can come up with a new word.
I just don't want to get sued by somebody saying I wasn't treated equitably and you affirmed and you ensured, it's like, ugh.
So the whereas clauses state this, the intent of the board,
Mhm.
but the actual decisions, actual binding aspects of it are in the now therefores and all the items under the board resolves. So whereases are intended to tell
Aspirational.
the story and to demonstrate the policy of the board, but they are not binding. What is binding is the resolution, the resolved language itself, giving direction and stating what the board's intent is. So I have reviewed this, I've seen this language repeatedly because we keep bringing these back every single time we have a compensation plan change. These are good catches, but I don't think that it legally binds the board any differently. The fact is the board last year when it approved the budget, adopted this compensation plan with the aspiration. Part, as Carol Ann was saying, part of the compensation plan was funded, but a good portion of it was not funded because of budgetary reasons. This will essentially be coming back to you during budget season as well, and you'll have a new opportunity to.
Okay.
If
Then what about number 5 under now therefore be it resolved? Will receive a wage adjustment to move to the minimum of the new range or 100% of the market increase, whichever is greater. I have a problem signing something without knowing the numbers behind it.
And again, if you were in that seat when we did this in 2024, you would have known the numbers because it's all presented at the same time. And the application of this, it doesn't change. It's still tied to what we committed to in the budget in 2024. Specifically with the one that you just mentioned, number 5, it says eligible employees. And the reason that we say that is because of the fact that we tie this to budget, not everyone is eligible for that increase. It's only those determined where budgetarily we could afford it. So that is the actual how we apply that practice. So if you're eligible, you will receive 100% of the difference between the two, between the comp analysis or the minimum of the new grade, whichever is greater.
So I like your explanations better than the language here. Can you say eligible employees as defined in the budget?
Sure.
Is that okay with you, Peter?
That's fine.
Okay,
I can move on.
And,
thank you.
And when you do get the budget, when we go through 26's budget and a division might propose moving a person back to 40, you will see the marginal cost and you will get to say yes or no. And if that person doesn't get that comp, they stay at 32. Right?
Okay,
That's kind of the philosophy that's laid out here.
all right.
So just to make sure I understand, this language, because we don't have anything in front of us, any adjustments in front of us beyond this one change, this language, the impact of this language is nothing. And if we have a wage study in the future, when we have a wage study in the future and we're addressing it, we will know then what the impacts will be and we can make sure that the language is being met.
That is exactly correct.
Okay, I'm good.
I'm good with those 2 changes in,
Do we need to know specifically what the change is in that 13th whereas clause in order to pass this resolution? I think we passed.
I'm not signing it without those changes. I'm sorry.
Well, so this is why I was trying to take these one at a time. So can we go back to 13 so we know specifically what the language we're about to pass is?
So 13 is the board strives to ensure quality and consistency. I mean, equity and consistency. Is that the one?
No,
No,
it's the top of page 2.
Jody, I'm curious, what's your opinion on this? Because what I would like to do is move forward with that whereas as written, or with the option of changing committed to aspired. And that's because I want to pass something today that I know what it says. And
I want to pass something today that I know what it says, but, yeah, we don't have Beth who can just run off and type it up for us.
Okay, so
So number 13,
should say the board
I
aspires.
I don't love aspires, the board,
utilizes,
yes.
the board utilizes data-driven practices.
Or let's see, board, strives to apply data-driven compensation practices by utilizing pay factors, blah, 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 blah. And then to align pay and ranges with 100% of the survey market value difference, or of the midpoint difference between the previous comp analysis and the current for a given salary grade, ensuring transparency and competitiveness. Does that work?
I only caught a part of that. I was trying to follow because I thought we were just going to say the board utilizes, but you're saying now,
Well, there would be 2 utilizes in that.
okay, so the board strives to,
Apply data-driven or,
data-driven compensation practices by utilizing pay factors. And then were there additional changes?
yes, value of the midpoint, which is the difference between previous comp analysis and the current for a given salary grade, et cetera.
Difference between,
Previous compensation analysis and the current one.
So what specifically, and the current,
Compensation analysis,
I guess,
or you
compensation.
can say,
and that should be after,
midpoint was my
Okay.
suggestion.
Let me read this because I've been taking notes and I can send it to you, Peter. It says, the board strives to apply data-driven compensation practices by utilizing blah, 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 blah. 100% of the survey value, market value of the midpoint, which is the difference between the previous compensation analysis and current compensation.
Is it current compensation or current comp analysis?
I would say count data.
Okay, current compensation data.
And current compensation data.
For a given salary grade, ensuring transparency and competitiveness.
Good with that? You?
Yes. And Peter will give us a better word than ensure in number 16.
We need to know the better word.
oh, we're doing number 16 too.
I don't know, they manage equity with adjustments to address pay compensation. To provide or to I mean, county attorney, you're allowed to say ensure won't come back to bite us, but that's like a big red flag word for me where employers are promising something.
Okay,
With adjustments to adjust pay compensation. For all eligible employees to be compensated appropriately.
So you replace and to ensure with the word for.
Yeah, does that work?
I can live with it.
okay.
Caroline,
I don't think that makes sense. With adjustments to address pay compression.
for all.
For all eligible employees, sorry, to address pay compensation. Okay, right. And
What-
to, provide that all eligible employees are compensated appropriately.
Respectfully, provide would be much more of an obligation.
Okay, thank you.
I honestly do not see an issue with the language, but I'm happy to come up with.
Well, no, George wants it now.
With adjustments to address pay compression.
Well, what I know is that we have to pass a resolution that has no language in it. And so, Rebecca, if I can live with your changes to the 13th,
Mhm.
can you live with Peter's advice that the word ensure doesn't earn us any liability with respect to the 16th, and maybe we can move
Yes,
on?
yes. Okay,
Okay,
number
thank you.
5. Just insert after eligible employees as defined in the budget, comma.
Eligible employees, the fifth words clause as defined in the budget.
Yeah, I got
Do we want to say defined because we don't use the budget to define who's eligible and who isn't?
Oh, I thought that was your language.
We use it to inform what strategy we're going to apply.
reflected, as reflected in the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're inserting the words as reflected in the budget between employees and will.
The current year budget. Because it's not,
In the current year, so that'd be 2025 or 2026?
this would have been 2025.
In
I'm-
the
It's
current year budget.
cool. Okay. Are we good? So I've got these changes noted. I'm emailing them to Peter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, since I made such a fuss, I will make the motion. I move that the board approve resolution 25-78, a resolution adopting the amended 2024 compensation plan for all county employees, including those of elected county officials. But I would like to note that that does not include the board. We are not voting on our own compensation. And rescinding resolution 25-76.
Okay, subject to the modifications that were discussed in the meeting, and I also subject to a clarification in your motion. The compensation plan is for all county employees, including the employees of all the elected offices, including the Board of County Commissioners.
Our employees, but not our.
You are not part of the compensation plan, but the employees of the elected offices are, and the elected offices all sign the compensation plan.
Very good. Thank you.
I second with everything that Peter said, amended to Rebecca's.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. The next thing on the agenda is a work session to discuss the Castlewood Drive evacuation route. We're gonna do a brief bio break before at 10.
You got it.
Okay, we are back on the record. Meeting is the Board of County Commissioners. The next thing on the agenda is a work session to discuss the Castlewood Drive evacuation route. We have Clarissa Boggs Blake and
I'll have them all introduce. I will have them all introduce themselves. So thank you for meeting with us today. Let me have everyone introduce themselves. I'll kick it off and then we can open up the subject matter experts. I'm just the facilitator. So.
Jess Moore, I am the Wildland Project Coordinator at Evergreen Fire and Rescue.
My name's Andy Perry. I manage our Denver Mountain Parks' forestry, fire and natural resource program.
Carl Shell, I'm the Public Works Director for the county and supervise the road and bridge team. There we go, 35 more.
Perfect. So we wanted to.
Do we have anybody online?
Do you have anybody that should be joining online?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
sorry, just were you asking about members of the public?
Yes,
For.
for this next subject.
Do you see any members of the public online?
There's one I don't recognize, but the rest is staff, so.
Okay, what's the name?
It's probably Kelly's brother or something, Daniel Babyon.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, very good.
Sound passing.
Hi, Daniel.
So wanted to come before in more of a public meeting. This Castlewood Drive, right, is the historical evacuation route outside of Echo Hills, up in Evergreen Fire Rescue's district, but in Clear Creek County. And I know my predecessor dealt with this of questions and concerns of what is the responsibility of the county? What is the responsibility of the fire agency? How do we make sure folks can evacuate safely in wildfire, as wildfire is a significant risk? So it's now come to my plate. So I wanted to convene with you all to have a conversation, answer questions, and kind of come up with a game plan. I know I wrote in my agenda memo and the stuff that I provided for you of historical documents. Of the really only thing that keeps popping up is a place of concern is the 2014 memorandum of understanding with Denver Mountain Parks that specifically calls that route an evacuation route. But with changes and stuff that our partners will fill you in on, want to consider dissolving that as the ultimate goal, but want to work through all the questions, answers, work through any hiccups or barriers before to make sure we're all on the same page, that it's public, and that we can kind of reduce the confusion moving forward for any new commissioner or any commissioners, as well as our agencies and ultimately the public. So I don't know if you guys want to have any questions or you want me to tap them to fill in their opinions, or what would you like?
I just had one really strong opinion on the memo.
Okay.
Which is, could you change all relevant stakeholders to all relevant governmental entities? Because I would think the Echo Hills HOA would have concerns about not being a relevant stakeholder.
Sure.
They actually, I was just informed last week, they have dissolved.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, then.
I
Okay,
can't
then
confirm that. I
then
just
the
heard that
Echo
from
Hills
two different
residents
homeowners up there.
would still be concerned about not being included in this, but if we can just specify it's all relevant governmental.
Just to clarify,
Yes,
adjusting the memo at this point,
no,
no,
okay, then just
it's just,
full clarification.
yes, which you've done. It's just to inform the board as to the substance of the resolution, what the discussion is. It's not binding.
It's a great observation though. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you guys have questions or if you have things, or if you want me to have these folks give their perspective, whatever is easiest for you all.
I think jumping into your perspective, I think just to state it as plainly as possible, we're hearing reasons why continuing to invest in that road as an evacuation route is not a good idea. Okay.
Want to go first, Jen?
Sure. I will just say that from our perspective, with our updated CWPP, that road is not considered an evacuation route. From Evergreen Fire's perspective, we want to encourage any secondary evacuation routes to be two-wheel drive, passenger car accessible year-round. That road is not. In addition, that road has no mitigation on either side of it. And whereas Sinton Road has significant investment for mitigation on both sides of it. In the CWPP update, it was rated at a moderate, Sinton Road was rated at a moderate risk for evacuation purposes. And so that's where, from a fire perspective, we would want people to be going. We'd be directing them out that direction where we would be able to monitor them and know that they were safely evacuating. Castlewood Drive is not in any condition to be put as an evacuation route. And the financial investment necessary to even get it to a bare minimum would be exorbitant. Yeah.
I'll just echo what she's saying here, that like, I'm very familiar with the road. It's in one of our parks. It would take us one car to the wheel off the road, and then we block the whole evacuation route, and with no mitigation, we cannot safely have people coming down that road, and it could just be a bad idea. And then I'll just let you know that from Denver's perspective, we would like to move forward from our end with dissolving the MOU. So. We don't feel it's a safe route either, and we work closely with Evergreen Fire, so I agree 100%.
As does our road and bridge team. Even the maintained portion of Castlewood Drive that leads to this egress or whatever word you want to use for it, at this point on trail. I mean, it truly is a single track deep road, and funneling that community down there, thinking that's wise move to evacuate for any kind of emergency, fire especially, is just not a safe or responsible way to handle that. We did a significant road improvement on Sinton Road. It's wider, repaved, striped. We added, I think, almost a dozen drop structures and cross culverts, so the drainage, the maintenance of that road is much better than it was when these decisions were made originally. And I absolutely agree with the collective group. We've had discussions on this here over the last 4 months. That it's just not a usable route, and we believe that this agreement should be dissolved as well.
Chief, talk about fire behavior.
So if you look at the pod, which is predetermined operation delineation project that was completed with the Forest Service last year, this road is a pod line. And the reason it's a pod line is it's an existing 2-track. If you drive UTVs, it's a single track if you're driving bigger than a Prius. But it's designated as a pod line because it's an operationally we could use that road to build line off of. And that's its intended purpose. So that's why it's in there. It's listed on all the mapping as a pod delineation. And so that's kind of what we think the value of that road is we can operationally go in there and make a stand with shot crews, hot shot crews. That was the criteria we used for most of the pod lines in that part of the county. Was the simple question of, if you gave this assignment to a shot superintendent, would they accept it? So that's why the pod lines in that part of the county are huge. They're giant pods. Because we had very few roads that are areas we said that we just felt like they would say, yes, this is one of those areas that we think they would accept the assignment and can do some positive work, but it's a lot of work. So we'd like to keep access for that road. We can use it in a fire as far as working off it with putting in fire line. But we can't do that if the intent is to have 4 or 5 cars stacked up with no turnarounds trying to evacuate. We're trying to effectively suppress fire by putting in an actionable line. So we've been talking about this since 2020 when we started talking about this with Sheriff Albers. And I walked it like a month and a half ago just to make sure I wasn't missing something. It's good for that purpose. It has no other purpose. So it's not fire access putting crews in to start doing work off 8-foot wide section of road that exists in some places it's 6 foot, depending on the washouts. It has no other purpose. But if you look at this in 1985, when this agreement was originally done, it made sense. If you look at the science of wildland fire in 1985 and how we were making decisions, it was a road And that was the criteria. And then 2013 floods destroyed the road. In 2014, it was rebuilt with the guise of it might still be usable. Well, even in 2014, the science when wildland fire was pretty archaic still. Our understanding of fire behavior now and what's survivable is 1,000 times better than it's ever been. And this road wouldn't hit the baseline criteria for any of those things, no matter how mystical we try to make the sign. So my argument is always for the last 5 years is we need to make it go away as an evacuation route, understanding that we might use it for a future fire line operation that requires a lot of work. We all understand that from the fire management side. And kind of dispel the idea that the neighbors can go out that way and have them. Because Sinton Road is designed, we could two-lane Sinton Road. We can evacuate one-way traffic out Sinton Road and get that entire neighborhood cleared. We should be way ahead of a fire when we're doing that. And it's paved, it's well-maintained. We can determine if they want to go, we want them to go right or left when they hit 103. We have a single traffic checkpoint. We can use it with a single officer at that point to coordinate that evacuation. So it's a resource management thing. And we can very quickly check the road for stragglers, broken down vehicles or any other issues. And we can't do that with Castlewood. Because if it's full of cars, you can't get there from here. It's one way. Unless you're on foot, you're not going to check for blockage because you can't do it. You can't drive in while somebody's driving out. So I think this is an opportunity for all of us to correct, not really an oversight, just to acknowledge that things have changed. Our understanding of wildland fire has changed. And while it's unfortunate that's a one way out neighborhood, that's the case for most of our neighborhoods in the county that have built up, post 1985. We have houses, places we didn't have in 1985. So I think it's an opportunity for us to correct this one and then collectively agree that we can work in the future towards better evacuation routes, improving evacuation routes, and make that our financial focus. I think that's where the money is better spent.
So to make sure I'm understanding you, basically our understanding of how fire behaves and then how people behave when they're trying to get away from a fire has evolved a lot since 1985.
Changed in the last 5 years.
And there are good reasons why we think that actually trying to use that road during a fire would make people less safe.
Very much so less safe.
Yeah.
I think we would set people up for a potential burnover if the conditions are right. And I don't think any of us want that.
Okay, go ahead.
I just was gonna say, so is there gonna be like a public notification or for all the people that have been up there for a while and think they're gonna use this, even though they know it's dangerous, but they think this is the only way out? Is there?
We've been trying through our outreach efforts with our plan unit in that Echo Hills is its own plan unit. We've been working with those outreach efforts for the past 4 years to discourage use of it. I do think that having a collective, cohesive, very clear statement from everyone in this room will help a lot in that, because the confusion that has been happening since I've been in this position the past 4 years has been from multiple people having different feedback from the old memo that was out there, the old agreements. And so I think having a very clear, definitive statement that says this is no longer a feasible evacuation route.
Even a safe evacuation.
Yeah, on multiple levels, it is not financially feasible. It is not safe. It is all the things, right? Taking that and making a very clear statement from everybody will go a long way in helping to dispel a lot of that confusion that is within that community. But that conversation has been being had for the past 4 years, as well as it was removed from the CWPP in the 2025 update.
That's in my district. And I was getting much lobbying by the old HOA and new HOA, and then just people in the community since February. And I talked to Carl, and we did have him go up there and do mitigation for this year. And I did warn people up there that this may not continue. And it sounds like we took a deep dive into this and looked at the safety, looked at the parameters. And I read the memo, and, but for all stakeholders, I thought it was a very good memo talking about how Sinton Road is safer. And the reason why, and the, what did you call it? A burn over, people stuck on the road and having the fire come over them, is well made. I mean, I did talk to Chief Ouija about this, and he said, yeah, you know, somebody with a four-wheel drive will want to do it to get out of there. But even four-wheel drives can, you know, go off the edge of a road and tip. And some of us with cute SUVs, you know, they aren't really backcountry SUVs, and somebody could easily say, well, I've got an SUV, I'm gonna go down it. So I really, really appreciate the deep dive, and we will publicize this on our end too. And just, you know, acknowledge that what was safe in 85 with fire behavior then, and now with our greater understanding and the greater risk of fire, I will have conversations with you all up in Echo Hills, but I think this is the right decision.
I agree, and I think with respect to the public information approach, I think a joint statement would be awesome. Of course, this board can only talk to our staff about wanting to be part of a joint statement. I would love to see the sheriff sign on. I would love to see Evergreen Fire Rescue sign on. Clear Creek Fire Authority, I know it's not in your area, but I
What's the fire management officer for the sheriff?
Different hat.
Oh, yeah.
Then has nothing to do with the agency on my shirt. It has everything to do with how we manage fire within Curtis County and how we make tactical decisions that are in the best interest.
Awesome. And then I assume Denver Mountain Park, since we're talking about doing away with this MOU, you may want to be on the joint statement as well. Is that our next step?
Sure.
Okay.
I can just, yeah, we'll have to approve any language through our Parks and Rec lawyer, but Jason's really nice, so I don't see how it'd be a problem. But yeah, like my executive director is no longer with Denver right now, but I was told to move forward with dissolving this, so
Okay.
we support it.
Do we?
And the bottom line is, it's your property, it's not our property.
Colton, you had something?
I had a conversation with Joel weekend about this.
Okay.
Support too.
So Joel is familiar and supports it too.
And who is he?
Joel is our executive director.
Okay.
of Parks and Rec.
Thank you.
So appointed mayoral position. He's the final say when it comes to Mountain Parks land, essentially.
Okay. And I think we also need to include in any sort of statement that you have been improving Sinton Road so that it's a much better egress road than it was when this MOU first came out. And that you can let them egress in both lanes to get them out of the community if needed.
An outstanding question I have, do we need an MOU to allow for fire ops access across your property?
Yes, I think we have an agreement in place with Clear Creek County for fire mitigation and fire suppression. I think legally that covers everything we'll need, but I will review it and double check, but I think we should be
I
good.
think we're good.
It was like a state bill or Senate bill, something requiring counties that own land in other counties to have some sort of agreement like that. I'll double check, but I think everything should be just fine.
Okay.
It's like we agree to work with you, you agree to work with us.
And I've seen that agreement and it's not specific to any parcel of land. It is all Denver property within
Yeah.
Creek County.
So if there's a fire anywhere, we need to go across your property.
And y'all, I mean, I think the rule, like y'all let us know and our rangers will know, we'll know. And we like to play nicely in the sandbox together. So I can't see it being any sort of problem. We drive into old us.
I'll call you.
Well, I'll just say my opinion, when there is a press release and everybody has approved it. I mean, a statement, we may as well turn that into a press release. You know, we may get like a 9 News or something to want to come and talk to us about it on camera. I think the more we can do to use this
Publicize
as an
this, yes.
opportunity to communicate to folks that live there,
Yes.
This is an opportunity for them to understand their evacuation situation better as well. So might as well leverage that.
Yeah. And it's kind of a notice to everyone in Clear Creek that, you know, we have some personal responsibility too, to figure out our evacuation routes and, you know, pay attention when we get those notices. Don't wait till last minute.
Awesome. I don't think I have anything else. I apologize. We only allow for public comment at the top of the meeting.
Mr. Chair, thank you. One thing I would ask just for Denver Mountain Parks, if you could provide us notice of the intent to terminate the MOU. The MOU requires 90 days notice, so I just want a heads up, offer a heads up from that.
Okay.
Thanks. It doesn't even have to be in writing, but an email probably would be a good idea.
Okay, well, if you spoke with Joel, and I'll reach out. Yeah.
Thank you.
And that needs to come to just the board in general.
If you
Give it to me.
you get it to
route
Colton, that suffices.
Cool.
But thank you. Thank you very much. This really, really helped. Just to get facts and people with knowledge about everything, as opposed to us just going, oh, well, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, you know? So thank you.
Okay, excellent. I think we're done. I think we know our next steps. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much for coming out. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Are we gonna work? I'll talk to you about.
Oh, okay.
You want me to write it? You can send me what, yeah, send it to me.
Okay, see you.
Tell me what you want on it.
Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you for your patience with us, Mr. Raber. The next thing we have. I will let him know. Send him an email through normal channels.
She's my boss. Yeah, 100%.
Sorry.
Thanks, Paul.
Next thing we have on the agenda is a work session to discuss CCI legislative proposals. We have two things that we need to decide on here. First is which commissioner we want to be the designated voter. And the second, I want to encourage the board not to over-specify our priorities. As was outlined in the memo, I think the best approach here in terms of figuring out where our opinions are aligned is just for us to each state which ones we like the best. And without like explaining in a condescending way, this voting process is very dynamic, right? If we have a list of 5 and one of them doesn't make it, you know, you don't want the voter to be specified so tightly that they can't go pick another priority. So I'll leave it at that. Does that sound like a reasonable approach to how to digest all of this?
Yes. Just a point of clarification. So when we came in January and started going to CCI meetings and they would bring up proposed legislation and people were voting yes or no for it, that is past this process after bills had already been proposed. So these are just proposed bills, but this past year, we were voting on bills that were before the legislature and whether or not we would support them voting for it.
Yes.
So this is the preliminary part.
Yep, so the during session, as bills get introduced, if they have a county nexus, if they impact counties, CCI will pick them up and we'll vote on whether CCI supports them or opposes them or wants amendments. This is which concepts other counties have, and us have submitted concepts. These are which ones we want to go turn into bills between now and January.
Okay, thank you.
And unless we want to change it, we did decide for you to be our voting member, George.
I thought we did already too.
We need to, CCI asks us to make like a specific designation. And so I would love to vote on your behalf this time, maybe next year, not. But
Did you last year?
well, it's not next year is my last year, but
You had to do half of next year.
yeah. But yeah, I would love to do it. And so that part, if you both agree,
Yes, and then same thing, if you are not able to attend, then Rebecca and I work it out who votes in Craig's place.
Yep. And what we've done in the past is that if we're passionate about a bill, you know, if you're passionate about something and I'm the voting person, I would say, go ahead, Jody, and vice versa. So.
yeah, I mean, we post the meetings, we're all allowed to attend the meetings, we're all allowed to say whatever we want. In this case, they just want to be very clear about one county, one vote.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
So
of course. No,
it's-
we were good about that last year.
Yeah.
You briefed us on that.
Yep, and this is just them. They just tighten up.
They
how
want a
it's-
name and an
They
alternate
want a name.
and then
I-
2 alternates.
I don't think the form
No alternates?
lists an alternate. I think I should know that I'm able to make it if I want to ask to be your designated voter.
Okay.
And you should count on me to vote.
There was a
And
couple
if you-
times where we covered.
Yeah, we did.
This is different. This is not a steering committee meeting. This is if you look through their bylaws, for whatever reason, this is a distinct thing. And so we're not talking about like the appointment to CCI or the process at a CCI steering committee meeting. They're asking for a single voter.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I mean, I don't want to
Okay.
get too wrapped around the axle about it, but.
Okay. So you're not going to Peru anytime soon?
No. Well, I'm not going to be in Peru when that happens.
Okay.
So then let's get to, there's a whole lot in this list. I actually want to encourage us not to discuss every item. I thought maybe the most effective thing the way for us to use our time is for us just to go one by one and mention which of these concepts we really like and want to highlight as priorities. And
You know, in practice, the first one, stipulation on for-profit use of Colorado Open Records Act, I get it, but I don't see how to stop it with, you know, giving people the right to Cora.
No, because they already charge for it.
Oh, do they? I didn't realize that. Our county
George, is
charges?
this something, could we just
required to.
get
Okay.
this to Peter and Peter can get it to you if we have, instead of going through it all today?
We can, I mean,
That'd be better use of our time and then we could.
Yeah, I went through it all last night and I kind of noted where I thought you guys would, I didn't see anything that, you know, would be massively opposed by, I mean, of the ones that I agreed to, I figured we wouldn't have a lot of opposition to it, but I can provide that list to Peter if you'd like to do it that way.
Either way, I mean, I can start by just giving you a sense of how I thought this might go. The ones that I really like are the excise tax proposal,
Yep.
the zoning enforcement enhancement proposal, which
Okay,
is,
slow down.
there's one from Grant and there's one from, is it Montrose? No, Morgan? Grant and Morgan both had very similar proposals that they're combining around enhancing county zoning enforcement.
Mhm.
There's one about trying to get a fiscal note for Department of Human Services bills and a 5-year look back of all the different bills they've assigned and the costs to counties in the state from all those 5 bills.
Absolutely.
Really, really like that one. I liked the Cora one. Trying to curtail for-profit use of Cora to mine for basically proprietary data is something that is worth curtailing in my mind. And lastly, I don't like the Prop 123 idea as a CCI proposal, and I can explain why.
Go ahead and explain that. I might not have understood it properly.
Prop 123 is about affordable housing.
And do you remember what page it's on? Otherwise, I'll keep skimming while you're talking.
Not off the top of my head, let me I'm just going off some side notes, so I don't have it open, but I can get it open. Um, Nope, not that one. Sorry, I thought I was there. So
Oh, here it is.
Prop 123
Um,
reform, AMI flexibility.
Yeah, okay, so
from
that's on
Archuleta
page
County.
38.
Um, so that one, this is more of
Yes,
a
oh.
rural resort issue. So
Yeah.
in rural resorts, they have in their housing market something called the missing middle. We don't really have that here, but basically they have built a lot of like low income housing that service industry workforce can be in. And they've built enough of it that I don't want to speak for them, but an emerging issue is that they have like who are struggling to afford housing.
They have what?
They have like doctors who are struggling to afford
Oh,
housing
my.
because they've got all of this housing that is restricted for low income and all of this housing that billionaires are buying. And so doctors are struggling to find housing. That's the missing middle.
Okay.
So to try to address this, they need affordable housing dollars to be able to subsidize houses priced in this middle category. That's not in Clear Creek County. We don't have this need. Our housing market hasn't matured like that. Doctors can still compete in the housing market. It's the dishwashers.
Mhm.
And so there's this big debate about if you have $1 to spend on affordable housing, would you spend it on somebody who's low income? Or would you spend it so that Summit County can have a doctor?
Hmm.
And it's a big debate. It's not a small debate. Our interests are on the side of wanting that money to go to low income housing because that's what we need. But the reason that I don't support this one is because in the past, when Prop 123 first passed, this debate came up. We supported the rural resorts in asking for some money to be set aside for this missing middle. And in the negotiations, we said, okay, we're going to be satisfied that what we just agreed on is enough. And we're not going to keep asking. We're not going to like turn our backs and continue to try to fight this fight with you all. So that's a promise that CCAT made to the housing advocates that were advocating for low income stuff. It's a promise I'd like to keep in not voting for this. It's not something that we need locally here. And it's not something that I think is politically wise for us to go open back up. So that's the explanation of why on that one. And that's the only one I wanted to bring up that might surprise you as why you might see me vote in a way that you didn't expect. Everything else I think is pretty.
So
Cut
I thought we were having a discussion about this issue with respect to housing in Idaho Springs, like the use of the old Carlton, because of just that issue. It's like, the AMI, oh, it was the opposite issue, wasn't it? The AMI was too high for some of the low income people.
we had a developer that wanted to do.
Yeah, and this is a bit of one of my original at the county is this AMI discussion. So our housing market, our homes actually do pretty adequately provide housing for 80 to 120% AMI. Our median income can afford our homes.
Okay.
We have a real problem below 80.
Okay.
So a lot of times, because developers will say something is affordable by saying it's 80.
Mhm.
80 is really market in a lot of places. It's like, I want to say fake affordable. It's not a hole that a lot of places have outside of like Summit County.
It's a
Right.
hole you get when you have land that a bunch of billionaires want to buy.
Exactly. If you have a normal functioning economy, which we relatively do as far as our distribution of incomes, usually 80 to 120 AMI that can be satisfied on the market, right?
Okay.
You need below 80. Subsidization in this county specifically is better served at 60 or 40, not 80. Now there are rural resort communities where that isn't the case, but for us, our affordability gaps mimic the rest of the Front Range, not Summit County, Eagle, Grant County,
Right.
those kind of places.
Okay. Thank you. That helps.
So with your permission, I would vote against that one. Otherwise, I'm curious to hear, are there any that really caught your interest? And obviously, like you can,
I was just wondering about the rolling back immigration policy. It doesn't really affect us, but it made our friends in Summit County.
Was that having the sheriff help ICE, that one?
Yeah, it's using technology and
I opposed that one last year. And I testified in opposition to that bill last year. And it's because, to put like to put the most like functional explanation on what counties need to do first, it's get information and respond to it, right? And like, if you're, the easiest way to say this is that, like, if you're hanging upside down in your car in a ditch, you want someone to be comfortable calling 911 and not have them be concerned about whether that call is going to get passed on to ICE, because you just want that person to call. And so when we try to like do the federal government's immigration enforcement job for them, we compromise our ability to do our job, which is make sure that people are willing to call us and share information, whether it's domestic violence or, a medical emergency.
Right.
We just can't do both jobs.
And my feeling on that is that we are in such a budget crunch that we don't need to be subsidizing the federal government because they're causing this budget crunch. And, if our officers are tasked to go out and find illegal immigrants, then they're not doing other things that we really need them to do. But the witness issue is huge.
Yeah.
If someone's afraid to call 911 because they have a Hispanic accent, that doesn't help anyone.
And so we just need to have a very, everybody inside this organization should be able to say in no uncertain terms, we do not share information with ICE. You can talk to us and we do not share your information. So that's, and the federal government can and should do immigration enforcement. I sure hope they focus on criminals. I'll share with you, I'm not comfortable with the idea of mass police officers assaulting grandmas, right? And we've seen evidence of that, but
Right.
we definitely don't want to be a part of that. And even in the most clear-cut case of pursuing criminals, we need to focus on crimes, not immigration status.
Yep.
So, other ones?
you're moving forward, I'm assuming with ours,
Definitely.
electrical intact.
Yeah, I mean, with the ones I would prioritize would be ours, the Cora one, the fiscal note review, zoning enforcement, and excise tax. And then I may vote for other ones based on how the room is going.
As far as testifying to, like, when I testify for CC4CA and you can testify too, would it be beneficial for the three of us to testify for like the excise tax, or is that just one per county?
Typically, it kind of changes. It's case by case. A lot of times legislators don't need to see a parade of people testifying. Sometimes they do. Is the best way to put it.
Well, the excise tax seems to be one of those that, like, if it doesn't affect me, then. But you can see the people that it's going to massively affect are very vocal.
Yeah.
Well, my first thought was, I liked your approach, which was targeting it, like with the lodging tax, targeting it to a recreational sales tax, and this is what we're gonna use the money for. I read the Boulder one, and it's much broader than we talked about last year, but then I thought, maybe that would appeal to other counties across the state who could use it, because we're all hurting, particularly with the state not being able to fund things they normally fund.
Mhm.
So I think the state's gonna have to stop dumping on us and start giving us some tools to be able to be self-sufficient.
I agree. This is one of the reasons, this bill being on CCI's list is one of the reasons that I asked for ours not to be,
Oh, okay,
because I don't want it competing with this.
Right,
This is
right.
the better policy.
okay.
And I agree with you. I support it. And if it can't make it, maybe our idea gets a chance.
Mhm.
Anything else? There's lots of good ideas in here.
But what do we want to hang our hat on? Yeah.
Well, and you all will see in this meeting how it goes. There's a lot of, like, just in the meeting, like, opportunities arise where you can tell that a bill with a couple more votes can make it or not, and you just need flexibility. So one other thing I'll point out to you, AQCC resolution regulation 31.
What page?
Where
are we? Oh, the
It-
two extra ones you had?
Is no, it's a proposal here. It's coming from Morgan County.
Okay, tell me the page.
You're looking at the big PDF. I'm looking at this summary document. So,
Oh, okay, it's on page 86.
this one, this is about active. This is about active landfills and methane pollution from active landfills. And the Air Quality Control Commission has created a rule that is going to require landfills to mitigate methane emissions. There's this pushback is coming from counties who run relatively small landfills and the costs that they would experience and how it would compromise their operations to have to capture the methane. Put it simply.
We got ours resolved though, correct?
Because we don't have, the old one.
We've got closed landfills. We would not be affected by this. I have had conversations with Morgan County, and I've said it in every time it's come up, that if they were proposing, hey, let the smaller landfills, give the smaller landfills more time or help them or like treat smaller landfills differently, I could get on board with that. This proposal seeks to just undo this regulation.
Oh,
I have a big problem with that. You probably both understand why methane emissions from landfills is a problem worth addressing. I know we're a board that believes in climate change and we understand that a huge amount of greenhouse gas emissions is methane emissions from landfills. And so like, I understand that it's expensive to deal with this. It's also expensive to respond to wildfires. It's also expensive to, I'll point to Floyd Hill, to keep a road system up to date when you're having climate-driven rainstorms, right? That was designed for a 100-year storm that's now the 10-year storm. And so I just,
or 1 week storms.
right, to sort of end the rant, I oppose this proposal. And I hope I would have your support in that. The last thing I said is if they could come up with something that's not tantamount to ignoring methane emissions from landfills statewide,
Mhm.
I would listen to them.
I think that's a good position.
Yeah. Anything else?
I don't believe so. I just had the 3.
Okay. Then I think we're good. I'll fill out that form and we'll get there. And you all, it should be on your calendars. This,
Did we want to talk about the wildlife one, about the open space versus? Because open space is considered private land.
which,
That's the illegal harvesting, wildlife harvesting.
Oh, on private land? Or on county?
Preventing illegal wildlife harvesting.
Yeah, and they said, typically because of
What
private
page?
land, but if somebody harvests like a big giant elk on our open space,
It's the last
$100
one on the
fine, I
list, I
think,
think.
Okay.
because it's considered private property. It is on page 88.
Thank you.
It's a loophole.
It's interesting that the county commissioners aren't on board with this. Yeah. Oh, it has been approved. Okay, they're good. No, they're just not co-sponsoring it. Okay.
So this is basically saying if somebody poaches on open space land, they face the same consequences as somebody poaching on US Forest Service land. It's saying that that's what that's the proposal.
Right. It
And
would be a much higher penalty.
so I support it. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's illegal action, no matter what. This would just increase the fines, right?
Right. The reason it didn't show up on my top 5 list, like we're gonna try to narrow this down to like 5 to 7 priorities. And this just doesn't raise to the level of impact on us that.
Well, if we added this, that would be 7.
We don't need to. I just wanted to discuss it.
I mean, I support the concept.
Yeah.
And the way like, this is where if I've got a list of 5 ideas and 4 of them fail, I might start voting for stuff like this, right? Because why not? But Clear Creek County would be much more positively impacted by having a fiscal note on DHS bills or having our zoning enforcement be enhanced.
Mm-hmm.
Even the corner one, from my perspective. Maybe that's just my values coming through. That kind of stuff annoys me.
Okay. So, procedurally, even though you basically support something, well, okay, I'm getting confused because I haven't had a full year of CCI activity. So this part here is you are allowed 5 to 7 bills that our county supports.
CCI is going to select 5 to 7 bills, and they're going to try to, staff is asking to keep it lower. So maybe.
Oh, they only get 5 to 7 bills.
Right. And so what we're going to do is the way the process is going to go is every topic will come up. It will get an up-down vote from every county.
Okay.
If it has 2/3, if it gets 66% of the vote, it's one of the priorities. And so like,
I see.
if some of these ones that we like get voted down early in the meeting.
But what if they
then
get voted down late in the meeting? Can you go back and?
This is, there's all these complications here, right? And so you end up trying to have a lot of conversation about who supports what in advance enough to, and a lot of that happens before the meeting.
Okay.
But that's why I'm asking.
Because we're allowed to
now.
talk to other county commissioners,
Exactly.
not just us.
Exactly. So we go talk to the other
Well,
county
you're
commissioners.
not on the chats, are you, where we discuss and you can kind of get a feel of, oh, they'll say, if we get like 2 more people on board, then we think we can get this through.
Okay.
And if not, then let's move on and put our energy to something else.
Okay. So I need to get more active in that.
And so you'll see how this goes. If I'd be shocked if all 5 of the ones that I like were CCI top 5.
Okay. So I'm sorry, when you said chats, did you mean CCAT or?
Signal.
Oh. Okay, and that's with other commissioners.
Yeah,
Okay.
just what they propose. They put it in there what they're proposing.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good unless you have other things you want to bring up.
Excuse
Oh, I did want to say another thing too. A reason why this is important too is, we've been like, we'll sit in CCAT and then George will propose something. And then you'll just watch everybody know, that's not for us. This is reasons why. And then George is like the only person in there this is a reason why, and if you get a couple more people in there, it makes them think like, well, maybe this will affect my county.
Mhm. Right.
It gives you just more ideas. So I'll be reading stuff and then think, oh, like I brought something up with George last time that this stuff does affect us. It affects like the excise tax. It affects our highways. It affects how our ability to, provide services. So, that's why I would say I would pay attention to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. Next we have an action item, consideration of endorsing statewide ballot propositions LL and MM.
So how do these differ from the ballot propositions at CCI? That they just didn't list these or?
That list of proposals is just like bills that CCI wants to initiate. What these are propositions that are gonna be on the ballot
Oh, they,
affecting taxes.
okay.
Healthy schools mill, I thought they signed that in special legislation.
Well, these are the result of that. So in the special session, they modified these and put them on the ballot.
Okay.
And they are both related to healthy meals for all. The Kelly Flanagan described this at the school board meeting that we were at.
Mm-hmm.
The state has collected more healthy meals for all as a ballot measure that passed. And the state has collected more than they thought they would. And so they either have to give that money back or ask the voters if they can keep it. So these ballot measures ask the voters, can we keep this overage because we underestimated the amount of tax? And this is where the county interest comes in. If there's enough, can it also be used to support SNAP administration? We don't think there's gonna be a whole lot there for SNAP administration, but it will be something.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I asked for this to be on the agenda because I support them and I think we are likely to support them and we may as well put our name on it. So.
Yeah, let's feed our people. And our kids.
Okay. Jody, do you agree?
Yes, I do.
I think, Peter, you would ask for a motion on this one, maybe?
That is correct. I did make it an action session so that we could have a motion to endorse both of those.
Okay, well, I move that the Board of County Commissioner endorse the statewide ballot propositions LL and MM.
Second,
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I,
Aye. Motion passes. Yay, I will let them know. Colleagues, we have several ESGID items next on the agenda. It says break for lunch on the agenda and
We're ahead of schedule. Woo-hoo.
yeah. So do we want to take we might as well take a break now. Do we want it to be a lunch break? Do we want to just take 10
Why don't we
minutes?
take a short lunch break and then plow through this so we can get out earlier?
Yeah.
Give us a chance to
Just-
find Jeremy.
Just so you know, we have 3 executive sessions as well as the ESGID action sessions.
Mm-hmm.
So it will actually probably be a full afternoon anyway.
Oh, I knew it was gonna be a full afternoon. I just didn't want it into the evening.
Okay. Well, let's do a 20-minute break now. Be back. Well, Jody, do you need to go take care?
I do not because Shane's home with the bear.
Oh, my gosh.
Not good for the bear though.
Okay, then we'll be back around 11:30. We are in recess. Okay. We are back from lunch. Thanks for your patience, everyone. We are now sitting as the Emergency Services General Improvement District. The first thing on the agenda is a work session to discuss the funding shortfall in the Emergency Services General Improvement District. And Colton, I believe that you are.
I will sit over there, so sit with Aaron.
Were we wanting to have representatives from the fire authority here for this?
They're online, like Jeremy's online. Did you promote him?
Mm-hmm.
He should be under Dan Babian's name.
Oh, yes, okay.
Megan, do you want to present the deck or do you want to make me a panelist? Sure,
Whatever works.
it doesn't matter to me.
You can share it then.
Okay.
Sorry, I do see Jeremy Jones. I'm gonna promote Jeremy. I don't see Babian anymore, but I do see an iPhone, but it's a mystery iPhone. But Jeremy is promoted.
I'll ask him before you start. Hello, sir.
You good?
There we go.
Jeremy, were you expecting anyone else from the fire authority?
I don't think so. I got Daniel
Okay,
Okay.
Megan, I
in
think we're
my
good.
office, so we should be good.
Please proceed.
I'm still zooming in so I can share.
Sorry.
One sec.
I'm making you do it.
My nephew tries to pinch the photos if he's like looking at a magazine.
Are you serious?
It's cute.
I find myself doing that. If I'm reading a book, I'll touch a word, I'm like, oh, you do. Or I'll want to look something up. I'm like, oh,
My Kindle looks it up, which is really nice.
yeah.
I should be coming in soon.
Okay,
My computer's being slow.
if not, I can do it. Oh, there I see you.
Do you need power, Colton?
No, I should have enough battery.
There you go.
I'm amazed at how quickly this battery goes down.
I think we have the same computer. Can't say anymore, but
Oh, Dell. Yeah, it's like Intel Core V Pro.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. What we're going to talk about today is kind of the story of two separate groups within that serve the Clear Creek Fire District. So EMS and the Clear Creek Fire Authority. They both are kind of struggling for two different reasons. So we're going to talk about both of those reasons in context with why the shortfall is happening, what's happening in the background, and where we think the ballot measure needs to go to help start addressing some of these issues. With me is Aaron Crowley. He's the director of EMS, and online is Jeremy Jones, and he is the deputy chief of Clear Creek Fire Authority. Assistant chief, sorry. And they'll be here to answer any specific questions. I'll be giving the presentation, but I will defer to them if they want to add in. So Jeremy or Aaron, feel free to interrupt me if there's something else you want to add context. So the first thing we're going to talk about is how it's currently funded. So right now, the Emergency Services General Improvement District has a two-tiered funding model. The unincorporated areas have a 4.569 mil rate that is on their property tax. The municipalities that are in the ESGID, which in our case for Clear Creek County is all of our municipalities, outside of a little piece of Central City that's on the very, very northern part of the county. They pay into the ESGID the equivalent of 9 mils from their general fund. Now, it isn't necessarily property tax. For some cities it is. Other cities it's sales tax, and they're paying the equivalent of those 9 mils if in lieu of collection by the treasurer. In addition, there's a 0.65 sales tax for EMS that was approved in 2019. The sales tax serves as the primary funding source for EMS, and it generates about 1.8 million in 2024. So right now, the property tax and the 9 mil equivalent goes to the fire authority, and the 0.65 sales tax goes to EMS. And they both serve the same service district. So that's the current funding structure right now. The story of the property tax largely mirrors what's been happening with the general fund, with the schools, with all the other property tax dependent agencies within Clear Creek County over the last 10 years. It's in a 72% decline in real terms since 2014. This has to do with the slowing production of a single large employer. That is basically, they went from about 2.8 million in 2025 dollars to 800,000. On top of that, so even if nothing had changed in the background, the fire risk hadn't changed, the cost of equipment hadn't changed, the staffing model didn't have to change, this would still be a real problem. That mill is incredibly low as a rate for the amount of area that they have to serve and the cost of fire prevention now. But historically, the primary driver of this problem is the decrease in the tax revenue. Any questions on this one? Okay. The other factor, and this affects both fire and EMS, is the cost of equipment. So the graph here is from FRED, which is the Federal Reserve Bank's dashboard, which tracks an index about capital equipment purchased by governments. Since 2020, it has gone up 60%, and that is all capital purchases. We also have some highlighted purchases on the other side, which either affect fire or EMS, showing their independent increases in costs. And this is really since 2019, right? So not only is tax revenue going down, the cost of this is a very capital intensive service. Fire trucks, ambulance, cardiac monitors, stretchers, ladders, fire equipment has all gone up 50% plus in the last 5 years. And that's not optional equipment. They are very capital dependent agencies. They cannot do their jobs without this capital equipment. So that cost, like George likes to say with the Ragu commercial, is baked in, right? You can't have an EMS agency without ambulances. You can't have a fire department without fire trucks, right? So these are incredibly expensive and is a huge part of why the problem with the revenue is accelerating their deficits, is because these costs of this equipment keep accelerating. The Fed is an independent data source. It's sourced here if anyone wants to look at it, but it's the easiest way to see that there's been a huge increase in all capital expenditures from government purchasing. The reason behind this, I think, needs to be noted. When you look at CPI, Consumer Price Index, you're talking about a lot of consumers and a lot of ability to substitute. Beef goes up, you get choice instead of prime, right? Or you substitute pork instead of chicken, right? So it doesn't necessarily substitute. It substitutes very cleanly, right? Oranges get more expensive, you go to apples, or you get a cheaper brand of orange. With capital equipment that's sold to the government, there's not really like a cheaper fire truck, right? A fire truck is a fire truck. It has to meet certain standards. There isn't the option to substitute down, which is what you will see in the CPI, where everyone knows their TV used to last 40 years, now it lasts 10, right? That's a substitution down, okay? There's the ability to do that in the CPI, which kind of makes that inflation number grow slower. If you target inflation around specific equipment that cannot be substituted because it's regulatory in nature, it becomes more expensive. You get a truer version of inflation because there's less ability to substitute down. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. The other issue is the staffing for the fire department. So their current model is they have 4 career command staff, 11 firefighters, and 30 volunteers. The volunteer model, which the county or the fire authority traditionally relied on, has really dropped over the last 10 years. It is we have an aging county. We don't have a lot of housing. Our housing is expensive, and it's very difficult to get people to come up here and volunteer, right? Our volunteers primarily come up the hill. They are not local anymore. This has led to an inability for them to completely cover shifts with volunteers, which means they need more paid. So there's been a shift to paid firefighters to remain at a minimum level of staffing that they need to respond to a fire. Fire response is not something that you can easily short staff, because if you don't have enough people to put the fire out of the source, it easily can get out of control. And so the way that a fire department works is it needs to have enough people on staff all the time to be able to get to that point and control that fire at source, because the problem will exacerbate itself if that staffing is not present. Because the volunteer issues, we have seen a shift to the need for paid staffing, which again exacerbates the budget challenges. Jeremy, do you have anything else you want to add to that?
No, you're covering everything great. Keep going.
Okay. All right. We've also seen an increased fire risk across the county, right? Climate change, longer, more intense fires, drought periods, higher temperatures. I think we've all seen that this year. We've all seen that the last 5 years in very acute ways across the county. The beetle kill is also a secondary effect of the fact that there hasn't been a wildfire here in 100 years of any size. So the beetles are now hitting the older, more vulnerable climate and drought hidden trees, which makes controlling fire even more difficult. And obviously, everyone can kind of innately see that in the forest from the freeway, all the basically standing firewood that is out there with no ability for the plant itself to help mitigate the fire. There's also in this county a huge amount of urban wildfire interface. We have a lot of single family homes. We have old towns that are built very close to the forest and wood buildings. We also have wind corridors that are extremely intense. It all makes managing fall wildfire extremely difficult. We don't need to explain to anyone here who has dealt with their homeowner insurance company lately. 3 out of 4 residents live in a high risk wildfire area. Half of them live in the highest risk zone. So this is a very acute problem for us. We have very limited areas that are low or even moderate wildfire risk. None that are low. Moderate is, I think, less than 5%. So this kind of goes without saying, but the risk itself is increasing. So if we review for the fire department, revenue is dropping, risk is increasing, staffing is becoming more difficult, and equipment is getting, if not exponentially, more expensive. So we have kind of a four-sided attack on that revenue source and that budget and their ability to seek services or deliver services. Another way to look at it, this is the asset risk map. So this is not a fire intensity map or a burn probability map. This is the risk to assets. So when the fire gets started anywhere in the county, these red areas are the areas most at risk for assets to be destroyed. For us, we're a very lightly populated county with 75% public land and very little developable space. The red is where the buildings are, right? Obviously, if it's in the middle of the Mount Blue Sky, corridor, there's no buildings there to burn down, so there's no assets at risk. So this visually can a little underplay the issue here, but the unincorporated area, if you look at where the population is, largely aligns where those reds are. If there's a link here, which people can go to look up their house, if they're confused about which fire authority they live in, what their asset risk rating is, they can come in here, put their address in, and it'll take them to their address and it'll overlay all those layers so they can see where they're at. Now we get to the other half of the coin, which is EMS. So EMS's issue, they did get a tax revenue in 2019, and that has been great. If calls had not increased, that would have been enough. But we've seen a huge increase in call volume, both from residents and visitors. So we want to talk about something called a base rate error here, right? Which is that if you look at their aggregate call volume, right now, it's about 50-50 between residents and non-residents. But there are 6+ million visitors and 9,000 residents. So if you normalize it to calls per 1,000 residents and calls per 1,000 visitors, they're growing at the same rate, right? 210 increase per 1,000 residents and calls over the last, since 2019, a 200% increase per 1,000 visitors over the last 5 years. Part of the reason that this is happening is the amount of visitors is going up, but it's not going up as fast as our population is dropping. Okay, but it doesn't matter. Our call volumes for these are still going up. The important thing to note here too is that we provide about 70 calls per 1,000 residents. So per capita, a resident receives far more service from EMS than a visitor does, and on an individual basis. We give about 0.15 call per 1,000 visitors, right? So even though the aggregate number is the same, this is the similar situation we see with with sales tax. And the aggregate, the sales tax is paid for proportionally by visitation, but on an individual basis, it is not paid at the same amount. It'll cost hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for a resident. It'll cost 50 cents a dollar for a visitor, right? Because the population of the visitors is so big. Now, so again, we're looking at 1.15 calls per 1,000 visitors, 70 calls per 1,000 residents, right? So the question is, why is that? Why are residents calling at such a equivalent rate to visitors, even though their populations are hugely disproportionate? 9,000 residents, almost 7 million visitors. The reason is because of our aging population, okay? This is the last 20 years of our median age. This is also our median age compared to our neighbors. So if we look, 48 is the last number we have from the census. That means half the population of the county is over 48 years old. If you look at Denver, which is a normal distributed city as far as the nation is concerned, it's 35. Half the population is over 35, right? So we are at the high end of the state. The only county that's higher than us is Park County at 50. And we're really, really close to them and growing into them. We have gone from 38 as a median age in 2000 to 48 in 2023, right? So that's a little bit of the substitution of families for retired individuals. It is our long-term residents staying here. It's younger families moving out for a lot of other reasons. But the end result is a huge portion of our population is in a higher risk zone. The reason that they're higher risk and the reason they generate more calls is fairly obvious. They have more complex medical calls. They require more complex care and more complex service. They have longer transport times because they require more specific handling. They call at a much higher rate because of falls, heart attacks, strokes, older age calls, right? And they need more specialized equipment for care. So all of these not only drive up the calls, they drive up the time on task, and they drive up the expense of the calls for this older population. And this trend is not slowing down. We have not seen any slowing of the growth of that high median number, right? So if you're looking at 4,500 people being over 50, it's becoming, that's where our residents are at much higher risk of needing EMS services. So that's why they call at a disproportionately higher rate than the visitors at per 1,000. Any questions here? Okay. So Clean EMS, same kind of synopsis here. 25% jump since 2019 in all calls, not calls for service where they actually deliver care. If they actually deliver care on a per capita basis, that's up 200%. They handle 800 calls a year. Our peer counties are at 500, which means that we are handling 300 more calls on average than our peer counties per ambulance. We had to rely on Gilpin Ambulance Authority 100 times last year for mutual aid. This is an issue because one, they don't have to provide it forever. Two, it's 10% more expensive for us to respond. They will pass that charge on to the patients, and they have significantly longer response times. So if both ambulances are out of the county on a transport right now, we're looking at Gilpin or Summit or Evergreen being the next call that comes in, depending on who's available. And depending on where that call drops, that's a significantly longer transport time and response time for that call, right? We are currently facing a $500,000 operating deficit out of that fund, the fund that is funded by that sales tax increase that was previously mentioned. 200,000 is remaining in the fund balance, which means in all likelihood, EMS will be on the general fund last year to maintain level of service or within the 26 budget cycle. The other additional need is we need a third ambulance crew. We have a third ambulance, but 3 more FTEs to be able to bring that 800 call per year number down to something that's more in line with a 500 call per ambulance per year. 500 calls does not sound like a lot per year, but our transport times are very long. We transport to St. Anthony's, which is an hour plus round trip minimum. Oh, yeah. So where you might be able to see more calls on average in Denver, where the transport times might be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Or if we get a single call in transport, that ambulance is down a minimum of an hour, more likely 2. So when we have 2 calls drop, that's when the third ambulance can now serve that gap inside the county, and we're not relying on mutual aid partners, which again, may or may not be available and will take longer to get there. So that in a synopsis is what that call volume increase based on our aging population and the increased visitation is forcing EMS into do operationally, which is not efficient. It is not cost efficient. It is extremely taxing on staff, and it is not providing the best service that we can provide to, again, an aging population if we're relying on another county for ambulance support 100 days a year. So the proposal is to make the ESGID mill in line with the east side of the county, Evergreen Fire Authority, which is a combined EMS fire mill, at 11.459. Now, we pulled some comps from some other districts. They are all higher than this, right? Tri-Lakes Monument is 18.4. Mountain View Fire Department is 17.45. Arvada is a city agency, but it's still 14.947. Black Forest, 14.95. Upper Pine, 14.389. Inner Canyon, 14.446. So we're even at a significantly increased millage over the 4.569 that already exists. We are still very much a low tax mill for this kind of service, which is to provide fire and EMS in this state in a high risk environment. And it is also will equalize the millage across both sides of the county, because currently Evergreen, which serves the east side of the county, is 11.459. So that just gives some context on where we're at. The only places you will find lower mill rates than this that is paying for EMS and fire is in resort communities, because they have such high property values, which traditionally was the case here when we had a single large employer that was producing a disproportionate amount of our property tax. But without extremely high property tax assessed values, you need a higher mill rate to make up the difference. So these peers here are more in line with our assessed value rates.
Could I add a suggestion for this chart? Under Evergreen Fire Authority, parenthetical covers also covers east side of Clear Creek.
Yes.
So this is what I pay
Yeah.
in Evergreen. That's just part of Floyd Hill.
So yes, this is our peer equivalent millage inside the county.
Right.
We have one other fire authority. It's Evergreen. It's the east side. And so we're proposing to have the mill rate meet that level.
Yep. Thank you.
Any questions from you or comments?
Nope, that was
Jeremy?
No, I'm good. Let's have questions.
Any questions from the commission?
I don't think I have any that didn't get answered in that presentation. I think this is comprehensive and concise description of why we need to give the voters the choice to fund the fire and emergency medical services that we know they need.
This would be good to publish, Megan, in our newsletter or something, because
The slide deck or this,
Yeah.
just this one?
yeah, well, the whole slide
Yeah.
deck, with my addition of letting them know that Evergreen Fire Authority also covers the east end of Clear Creek County.
Definitely, yeah.
I gotta get with Colton because I know there's like a web page and all that information coming down the
It's
line.
said on the bottom, even with the proposed 4.5, which puts Clear Creek in line with its neighbor districts like Fire Three.
Which serves the east side. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
I don't have any questions. I just have comments that, I think after being here for 8 months, and learning this is more of a conservative ask, from the residents, and I would hope that they realize that too, that, we could be asking for a lot more,
And in a lot more would be more in line with some of our neighbors.
right?
I think the highest I found is somewhere in Larimer County, and I think it was like 20. Granted, they have much lower assessed values than we do. So again, that balancing with property tax is always a bit of a challenge, because when you have lower, especially when you have a very capital intensive agency like a fire department or an EMS service, where there's a minimum level of service you have to provide. The cost of that minimum level doesn't really change whether or not you're here or somewhere else in the state, right? What does change is how many mills you need to pay for it, and that's determined by your assessed value. And that's actually hugely volatile between these districts. The assessed value determines how low of a rate you can get. We know our assessed value is a little bit in the middle, but even said that, we're still proposing a pretty moderate mill in comparison to places with higher assessed values or lower assessed values.
I think that's responsive to the surveys that we put out. We put out surveys describing these challenges, describing the options, the different types of taxes that can fund these services. And the option that people like is a combination. And so this is a step towards getting property tax into the EMS funding mix. And it's a step towards getting the property taxes for Clear Creek Fire Authority at a rate that some sales tax can fill the rest of the gap.
Right, because
multiple measures, but this is getting towards the voters, the survey respondents' preferred approach of a combination of sales and property tax funding these services.
and having, and that's a great point, because if we didn't do a mill increase, it would be very difficult to pay for the delta needed on sales tax alone. Again, like we've talked about in our town halls, sales tax is a very narrow portion of our economy currently. Property tax casts a much wider net. So even though it is painful because you see it all at once, it is proportionally cheaper generally than sales taxes to residents.
And as far as the, collecting the revenues, from a sales tax too, that's just like not guaranteed. It goes up and down.
Very volatile.
I don't want our services to be relying on something that's not so reliable. The other, question that I think I would like to point out for people that haven't been in a lot of these other meetings is this is just an unincorporated. And right now it's equivalent to the 9 mills in the municipalities that was in the presentation. That I'm assuming we will be asking, or maybe they will be agreeing to up that to the 11 that the municipalities will contribute to make that equal to the unincorporated.
I think that's a good conversation that has to be had with the municipalities.
Yeah.
They want to up their contribution to match the unincorporated.
And one good thing about this is that we all want to protect our property from fire. You know, this is really tangible. We all want EMS to come to our house when we need them. So, you know, this to me is, I'm paying for something that I really want, you know, as opposed to relying on tourists buying knickknacks in town and paying sales tax.
You know,
and as you, to your point, that they don't buy very much. And so it takes a lot of them to add
and
up. to
if you look at call risk, right, for e-medical calls especially, now we do get a lot of non-resident calls and on an aggregate level, but on an individual basis, the average tourist is way less likely to call EMS than the average resident.
And from your chart, it looks like we're still have more residential calls.
I think residential calls in aggregate scale passed or dropped below non-resident like last year.
Resident calls are 210% per thousand.
The growth
Oh.
per capita. The
Okay.
challenge we have with the resident calls is that the calls are still growing even though the population is dropping.
Because we're getting older.
We're getting older,
Okay.
right? So that is a call rate per 1,000 residents. So we get 70 calls per 1,000 residents for medical calls, and we get 0.15 calls per 1,000 tourists,
Okay, thank you.
right? So again, it's making sure that you understand that like that disproportion in that base rate, which we are the highest in the county and in the state with the disproportionate nature of our visitor population versus our resident population, we have to normalize it so people see what's actually going on, because they can be disproportionate differences in the revenue and the risk and all those things because the populations are so different and so much bigger. One is so much bigger than the other one.
Right.
9,000 to 7 million is, you know,
But we're here every day and we rely on these services every day.
and that's bore down in those numbers, right? The residents rely on EMS far more than the tourists do.
Thank you.
So when I think about my mom and I think about whatever's happening in some other community, doesn't matter. She's here
Right.
every night. And
Yes.
this is the service that she's going to rely on. Probably not if, when something happens that she needs to call about.
And I, think about the same thing all the time when I'm planning on moving my dad here. And I want to make sure that when I call, it's someone from Aaron's team or someone from Chief Ouija's team coming, because it's 5 minutes as opposed to coming from Blackhawk,
Right.
or Summit County.
And they've got whole blood.
They got whole blood,
The cardiac.
fair endorsed. Yeah.
Great. Other comments, other questions?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was really good.
Okay, colleagues, Jeremy, anything from you?
No, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for
So
yours.
who put it together? Was that Jeremy?
Ms. Colton.
Colton. Oh, thank you, Colton. Hi, Jenny.
Next on the agenda, we have two action sessions. We're still sitting as the Emergency Services General Improvement District Board. We have two resolutions to consider. One is, the first one is Resolution 25-01. A resolution submitting to the eligible electors of the Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District at the coordinated election on November 4th, 2025, a ballot issue concerning fire protection and emergency services and in connection therewith, proposing an increase to the district's mill levy rate and providing for other matters related to the ballot issue. Peter, I know you've been working hard on ballot language. I know that we got some more advice and made a couple of minor modifications. Run through that with us, please.
Sure. Let me share my screen.
I do have a question about the process for this, since this is our first time.
Sure.
So if we edit anything on this today, then we have to bring it back another time, or we can.
No, we've got a deadline, right?
You can make the edits today as we're working in this meeting, and then the motion to approve the resolution will be subject to those modifications.
Okay,
Just like we did. We did that on our resolution this morning. We just need to know what the edits.
I just
are.
wasn't sure because.
Because our deadline for submitting this is this week, right?
It's Friday.
Okay,
And I did, to that end, I suggested a change to the first bullet and I sent it to Peter, so Peter can share that.
Okay.
Um,
Way you can see this. Let me minimize. So before you is the same resolution that you see in the packet. At this time, I'm going to go down here now to the ballot language itself. This is relating to the question, the first question, which has to do with the increase in the mill rate. And George did send out a modification to the first sub bullet here. Just first, let me start with, I want to highlight this one section. This number was based on the 2024 assessed values. In that the abstract of assessment was passed today and adopted by the board, we're going to use 2025 numbers. And that looks like if we based it on 2025 numbers, George, you had sent an email to me with two different numbers. One was 2025 AV due 2026. The other one was 2025 AV due 2026 limited to 5.25%. Presuming that the first ballot is moving forward and we have to provide the estimate without knowing whether the 5.25% cap will apply, we should be using the number that you had where we limited it to 5.25%. So the number that the board sees up there is 1,174,000 essentially. The new number would be 1,236,058.63. So for the purpose of this budget, this resolution, we likely would end up just putting 1,236,000, just even, just for ease. It does not have to be the exact off a couple different numbers. So that's the first thing.
This is a minor preference, so I don't want to get up on it,
No,
but
go right ahead.
I prefer to use the full number, including the $58.
That's fine. It's at the board's choice, so that's not a problem at all.
That's fine.
So I will make that change afterwards, but that was one issue that George had brought up. Then in the second bullet that you see, well, the sub bullet you see there, where it talks about Clear Creek Fire Authority, the maintaining Clear Creek Fire Authority's ability to retain adequate staff to prevent, respond to, and suppress structure and forest wildfires. George had suggested a change. Maintaining adequate staffing for the Clear Creek Fire Authority to prevent, respond to, and suppress structure and forest fires. So the differences you see is we moved adequate staffing, essentially. That portion went to the beginning, but the other changes, instead of saying respond to and suppress structure and forest wildfires, it's changed now to forest fires. So that's the recommended change that George is suggesting for that section.
And it's just to try to make it more concise. This what's up on the screen, just you have to like read it a couple times. I had to read it a couple times to try to understand what it was saying. And I just think saying it more directly might help voters more easily get through it and understand what's being said.
Oh, not to be difficult, but I think people are afraid of wildfires because it implies, the potential of a forest fire getting out of control. And so I like using the word wildfire in there.
I see George's point and I see Rebecca's point. The structure of fire could turn into a wildfire. I don't know how you could address that because people don't think of that live like where I'm at. When Jeremy said they need to keep the structure of fire from spreading to a wildfire, but you want to take wildfire out.
I'm not stuck on that. That's some advice that we got from Trust for Public Lands was that forest fires tends to be more, I don't know, like
I think of like
understood commonly, but that's like, I'm not stuck on that. If we want to say structure fires and wildfires, I'm fine with that. I don't have any concern. I was just going off.
What did you want to change it to?
You were basically saying change forest fires to wildfires, right?
No, what do you want to change it to?
Oh, I'll read you the sentence I emailed Peter. It says Maintain adequate staffing for the Clear Creek Fire Authority to prevent, respond to, and suppress structure and forest fires.
I think that's fine.
But if you want it to say wildfires and not forest fires, that's fine. I'm not.
I hate changing happy to glad. I could go with it if everyone else thinks it's okay. I
That means
just,
the same to me.
Jeremy, any preference from you? He's like, no.
just get it done.
Wait, I see him off mute.
You guys want to do, it's just. Probably wildfire would be the most recognizable within the public, because that's what.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Then let's change it to respond to and suppress structure fires and wildfires.
Okay. Structure, fires, and well, that sounds good.
Oh, and thank you, Peter. I see that you've got, so do we like that bullet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Next one.
The next bullets are you talking about, or?
I was just thinking the next bullet, but we can also just move to the next comment that someone has. I don't think I have any other comments on the balance of
The second sub-bullet where it's supporting efforts by property owners to protect their homes. This was slightly modified based on recommendations of
from the Trust for Public Lands.
So I just want to make sure the board sees.
You'll notice now there are 3 bullets. They suggested that the one was long. They also suggested that protecting water quality is an important function that people really care about.
Mm-hmm.
And so we turned that one bullet into 2 and put water quality at the top of the now 3rd bullet.
I think that's good.
Okay, Clear Creek EMS.
That remained pretty much the same.
Aaron liked that language. Okay, so it's in here.
He had a chance to give you any comments, so.
And
I think there's a word missing. The last paragraph, after Clear Creek EMS bullets. With all expenditures subject to an annual independent audit.
Good catch. We did, when I was revising it, I took out the language that said pursuant to law. And so in the course of doing that, I obviously made a mistake.
That's the riskiest part when you start inserting and taking out language.
There was a slight stylistic change that I was going to mention, and then I decided it would be too late. So, but I'm going to mention it now anyway. In these sub bullets, leading in from the language that says from a property tax of 11.459 mils to be used for Clear Creek Fire Authority, I wondered whether it made sense, instead of the active words of maintaining, supporting, and so forth, changing it to maintain, to support, since we say to be used for. But I think we're okay. I just wanted to, it may end up with a lot of too many twos.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Your
What happens
proposed.
when it's late at night and you're revising this.
No, I know. I tend to like your language, so.
Okay, we'll leave it as is.
I was gonna say that's the one we've changed like so many
Times, yeah, so that's, no, and that's fine. I just wanted to run it by the board as I was reading the ballot, knowing that it's a long ballot question. But I think that's fine.
I'm curious about we use the 11.459 number and not 6.89.
Yes.
Are you sure that we don't want to mention the amount we're asking to increase by?
Remember, it was originally in there. It was part of that whole 1988 stuff, but we did say we took out the currently, but Then in that same language, we had by increasing it 6.5 blah, 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 to a total of da, da, da. And it was determined at least one of the sessions before was to simply state that.
I totally agree that we only want one number. My question is, is it more clear for voters to ask for them to understand the increase we're asking for? Do you read that and do you think we're asking for 11 and a half new mills?
I do not, but
So
I've looked at it.
Do we want to say from a total property tax of or something?
But that's just it. It is the total property tax and that's.
Right. So people would know that's the total tax,
Right,
not
I mean-
additional tax.
You're welcome to say from a property tax increase of 6 point da, 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 for a total of blank mills.
But we have to list the total millage.
Yes, because that's the new total rate.
Then I don't want two numbers. If we have to mention this one, let's mention this one.
Yeah.
So we did take out that they had not asked since 1988 or whatever.
Right.
Is that gonna go in the blue book then?
Ideally, communications that ultimately will go in the blue book and we have limited ability, once the board approves this today, to actually do much with that. But once that should be part of the messaging, it is also part of the resolution itself. I put it in the whereas language. Just so that it would be referenced as to what it was, what we're increasing it.
So, to address George's question, do we want to say from a total property tax of 11.459? Just so they don't think it's an additional 11.59.
You can go either way.
I defer to the wordsmith.
It's up, and I would kick. I was.
I didn't
since I was the
notice
one who
that.
originally put that whole language in there
Okay,
and it's been stripped.
okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought of it, but for your comment.
Right.
So.
I'm good with it as it is.
Okay.
I was more worried about wanting to describe the increase rather than the total amount. But Peter is saying that we have to have the total number in there.
So that reflects the new tax amount, yes.
So the 1.2 million is actually just for the increase.
That's correct.
So yeah, do we need to change that number then?
No, so the way this reads, I'll go through it.
Okay.
So shall
Increased, got it.
shall the district taxes be increased by this amount
Okay.
annually, beginning in tax collection year 2026, and then by such amounts as are collected thereafter, which could be greater,
Sure.
from a total property tax of each year.
Yeah,
That'll be the new rate.
I like total in there. You just added total.
I'm happy to,
So you're talking about adding total between A and property.
Correct.
I mean, it doesn't hurt. It's completely up to you guys.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. I don't have any other suggestions on this one. I look forward to giving the voters the choice here.
Yep.
So then once after today, we're not to be going around, or is it after next time we vote this through?
As a group, we can't go around, but individually we
Right.
can, but not
As
as
the
county
board.
commissioner.
That's correct.
We don't talk about it anymore.
Right. Well,
The government
yes,
can't put any more.
yeah. ESGID may not. I should note that the Board of County Commissioners could pass a resolution in support of this.
Oh, good.
Separately and apart.
Okay,
But sitting as the Board of Directors for ESGID, you may not.
thank you.
Keep in mind the spirit of the law and the intent, so.
Okay. I was wondering about that, being a little concerned that the Board of County Commissioners couldn't voice support for something that would help our government, our
Right.
people, so.
And I'm happy to provide some information on the Hatch Act. I'll put something together.
Right.
That'll just give you some more guidelines.
Thank you. It's been a while since I read that.
No, absolutely. So
I think we're ready for a motion. It'd be a motion to approve resolution 25-01.
I would like to make a motion to approve the E ESGID resolution R 25-01. Do I need to read the whole thing? A resolution submitting to eligible electors of the Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District.
now that I've made you do all that, but no, if you just refer approval of the motion as designated in the agenda, that's fine.
And
Subject to
as,
the changes that I've made. Which basically now can be your motion if you want, and if you'd like to just, then somebody can second it, if that sounds good to you.
yep,
I'm hearing so moved.
I second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yay, team.
So now we're taking resolution 25-02. That's some interesting advice I want to share on this one.
Okay, and would you like me to share that one as well, George? Okay. And I will share my screen.
Oh, shoot. I know I read that and I'm not finding it here. Oh, there it is. That was the first one.
All right. So again, I had a variety of things in the whereas clauses to the resolution itself, but this is the ballot language that you see in front of you. It's pretty straightforward, very simple. It can be, you can embellish it if you want. You can put in things relating to the purpose of what the monies will be used for. But in an effort not to complicate it, I left it simple this way, but I defer to the board as to whether you want to make modifications. I will say the language that you see there must be included in terms of how the statutory construction requires it to be, but anything after that, you can run with.
Just a point of clarification.
Sure.
As a property owner, I don't quite get the difference between 5.25 property tax and 11.469 mils.
So the 5.25% property tax limit is a limit on the growth. So like if our revenue goes up from assessed values more than 5.25%, we would need to limit the amount that goes out on the property tax bills to only account for 5.25% growth. If you waive this cap, then if it grows 100%, you get to collect 100%. Now that's very unlikely. Right now, property tax growth is flatlined. But that's what that cap says is the annual increase cannot exceed 5.25% on our total collection. Now, transparency for the public on our total collection.
So that's not 5.25% on my property.
No, because the assessed values, all the land is assessed differently and at different rates. The state made the decision to lower commercial, vacant land, natural resources, all these other things, right? Which means that on our total collection, they are paying proportionally less property tax. And that affects, so that does not limit an individual home or an individual business. That is our total collection, right? So if there's other things going on in the back end, people can still see an increase in their tax bill of more than 5.25%, especially if other people's taxes have been lowered.
Wow.
That being said, if you're a layperson out there, and I think this is what you were getting at, here in that first ballot, you basically have approved this 11.4 mil rate. Are people going to get confused when they see the 5.25 and think that same thing as the mill rate? If the thing is, and I just want to say, statutorily, we can't mess with the way it says by enhancing it in between. A lot of that communication is going to be the communication that you have out there and that can be explained in the blue book or other aspects. But go on, I didn't.
Okay.
And you know, the full value is George mentioned earlier, the full growth is 5.88%. So realistically, pulling this cap, assuming that property taxes will flatline, which in all indication we have from all the transactions I've been, bothering Donna about this all the time, is that largely transactions are happening at assessed value,
Okay.
which means we're likely not going to see growth in the next round of assessments. So really the question for the near term is about whether or not you want that other 0.5%,
Mm-hmm.
right, in 1 year. And then the next year you will get it. It's not like the growth is capped permanently. It's just you cannot grow more than 5%. So say you grew 8%, you would collect 5.85% of that increase the first year and then 3% the next year. The remaining 3% the next year.
Okay.
Well, I want to make sure that you're satisfied before I kind of change subjects.
I think that's going to be hard to explain, but we can try to explain it in the blue book.
So I asked for this because I wanted to consider it as an option and be prepared to put this on there. And I made the case in the last meeting that this second question being on the ballot may help voters understand that there are limits. Even if the first question passes, the second question is their ability to impose a limit. I think I've reversed, of course, I think I've changed my mind. The alternative argument is that you put two questions on the ballot for the ESGID on the same ballot. It's going to be a long ballot. The state has two questions, et cetera. Do people look at the two questions, ask some of the questions that you are asking and say, you know what, actually, I'm not going to vote on either of these. Like, are we actually adding complexity? And I'll, like Sean Wood, one of the things he said that I agreed with a lot, when you confuse, you lose. I think my opinion right now, it's not a super hard opinion, but I think my opinion is that we're better off with just one question.
Legally, can we not ask the 5.25 question?
Of course, it's completely up to you, and the whole idea was to seek the waiver of the 5.25. If the board determines it's not economically impactful enough to go for it, it's completely within the board's authority not to do that resolution. You
Okay.
can always bring it the next time around if you want.
Right, and it sounds like if I'm understanding this, if property is flat and we only get 5.25 this year and we really earn 6.25, then next year we'll be able to recoup that.
Assuming, yeah, I mean, assuming values don't just continue to outpace.
Right.
In a situation where
Assuming
values
it's
are
flat. No, yes, if values continue to go at a gangbuster rate, then obviously the cap matters a lot more.
Okay.
But that hasn't been the case in the surrounding counties whose bubble popped before ours did.
Mm-hmm.
And all the data we have so far in this year and since the last assessment period is that it's really, really, really starting to flatline to assess value.
And to give you a sense of the impact, like the growth between 2024 and 2025 was just above 5.25%. If we didn't have the cap, we would be able to collect $9,000 more.
Thank you.
That's it. So it's in a total collection of 1.2 million. That's not a total collection.
No, that's not total, but that's the increase, right? Yeah. Would be 9,000.
I'm agreeing with your changed assessment that if we ask, people are going to think we're just greedy, want more and more money. And they won't understand the nuances.
It's just more complexity. It's more stuff for someone to think through when they're exhausted and they're looking at a ballot.
Right, and because we can't change any language to clarify it, the other ones are pretty persuasive, and then we have this one saying we want more than the state gives us, so.
Right, you'd have to add a decent amount of language if you wanted to explain it in the ballot language. You'd have to go in and say, as referenced in ballot language 1A and all that. It does become fairly complicated.
Jody, I'm curious what you think.
I just was thinking, and who are our voters this fall? It's not going to be a presidential election. I'm hearing people are really sick of government right now, because of all the stuff that's going on. So I wouldn't complicate it. I would make it very simple and then us getting out there and trying to explain this on top of that, I think could get complicated. I would just like to go and say, this is why we need the money and it's for us, it's for the locals, it's for our services.
And I don't hear anybody arguing that it should be on the ballot. This would be your chance.
I just look at like, how many dollars is it worth? And it doesn't look like it's worth many dollars to me.
I recommend removing it.
Okay, I mean, what we would do is just not take action.
Yeah, there would just be no action on this, and that would, Megan, that's what would be reflected in the record.
I would also like to say, do you agree, Colton?
No action?
It would just complicate it.
Yes, I think the cap is a little, it's gonna confuse people.
Right.
Because they might think about their specific bill, you
Mhm.
might think, well, whereas it's actually this huge moving thing about if commercial assessment values drop and residential goes up, then our total takes less, then the individual payment might be more, so I would not. I would feel like we'd have to do so much explaining about what we're really talking about for $9,000
Right.
that it's not, it'll just confuse people.
For $9 million, I would do it.
Yes.
And we always have the opportunity to ask later. That's what happened during the original 4.5 mils with debrucing. So, okay, cool. Then I'm not hearing anybody argue that they want to do this, so I think I'm just moving us on. Thank you. Huge thanks, Jeremy Jones, Colton, Peter. This is long in the making.
Aaron,
Aaron,
Kelly.
Carol Ann's had to listen to this. So that ends.
Kelly is raising his hand. He's sorry about that.
Yep.
He's coming. Go ahead, Kelly. Sorry about that, chief.
I just had to join in. Thank you for leaving that second question off because we don't want to complicate this. We need to be successful with this ballot question.
Thank you. Glad to hear you agree. And my apologies. I didn't know that you were in the room, or in the cloud.
No problem.
DJ Kelly. Okay, excellent. Then we are off to the races. And that concludes our meeting with the exception of some executive sessions. So, Peter, when you're ready, I think we have 4.
We do.
Okay. So just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. That goes. And thanks to Megan for editing the agenda with the executive sessions in real time,
Getting good.
just so it reflects accurately. I'm ready.
I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24-64024B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning pertaining to the search for a new county manager and ensuring compliance with CRS 24-64023.5 and related statutory provisions. Pursuant to CRS 24-64024B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to compliance with the local government budget law of Colorado. Pursuant to CRS 24-64024B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to parameters for enforcement of the county's road grading regulations. And finally, pursuant to CRS 24-64024F for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of discussing personnel matters relating to staffing in the county manager's office, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
So moved.
Actually, we need a second.
Oh, I second. Sorry, I knew that.
Okay.
I second.
All in favor?
I,
Aye. Motion passes. The
thank
board-
you. Thank you. Thank you.
The board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made. This Zoom meeting is going to stay on only for the purposes of us returning to adjourn. The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. We are adjourned.